Hey, y'all over here on YT on YouTube. I am here. I'm still talking to people on Twitter so that we can get people to transition over. You guys know I like to do, I like to have let people transition over before I cut the stream on TikTok. Can y'all can see me now over here on YouTube, right? Erica, can you see me now, Erica? Did I say Twitter, Erica? My bad. Okay, good. They can see me over here. Hello, everybody that's logging in to YouTube. It's Saturday. Y'all know we're supposed to be watching Brian Steele's opening statement because we think we grown and tried to stay up to 4 o'clock last night, and that just didn't happen. Y'all, Briley, it was too much going on. Hey, Cass, we moving over to YT right now. Staff, everybody said they fell asleep last night. What is wrong with us? Why were we on this thing? Yeah, we were on YT last night till about 3 o'clock, almost 3 o'clock. And Cass, I couldn't sleep because I drank that Red Bull. I could not sleep. Hey, Kiara, don't just say I was cutting up. You were on YouTube with me too, ma'am. Lynn, it's kind of sad. Key, hey girl. Lynn, it's like I think this trial is great in so many ways, though. It's in so many ways. Thank you so much, Britt. Y'all, Briley said she fell asleep, woke up, y'all. We was still over here on YT kicking it. When I tell y'all we kicked it last night, we kicked it last night over here. I actually had a great time, though. You know, there was, y'all know I don't go to clubs anymore. This was a good time. K Neek, meet me over on YT. Hey, Shaggy, we are moving to YT, guys. Oh, okay. Big Duke is that Martinez Arnold. We're on YT, so I'll probably pull it up. I'll pull it up on my phone. Key, we had no business. We had no business being up on YT all night. I don't know what we were thinking. I'm good. I'm good, Erica. I'm good now. I'm not suffering. It's in my bio, guys. It's in my bio. And what we're gonna do, people in YT, I will pull up the live and let's see what's going on with Miss Jefferson and their live. So we killed two birds with one stone. If you just click the link in my bio, it should take you right over to my YT. Key, I took that Red Bull, baby. And Key, let me just tell you, I didn't go to bed till about 4. Hey, Ash Cake, we're just moving from here to YT. Yeah, we were up all night. We were up. Hey, Lisa. I'm good for the day. Jessica, we really pulled it all night. And y'all, we were going about 500 strong till about 145. It started dropping till about 480. When I got off, it was about 410 people. Jan, you fell asleep. Hey, Isis. Shan, you done made it over here. I see YT is YouTube. You can find the link in my bio. I'm letting people transition from here to over there before I cut this TikTok stream cut it off. Hey, everybody that is joining back in on YT. I'm going to pull up why y'all didn't call me. Listen, it was unexpected. We did not, the stuff with Quindarius Zachary got to popping about 10. It got to popping about 10. One, I need you to come back over here. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. So what I try to do for people that's on TT, what I try to do is go live here first and then let people transition over to YT, especially now because I think people log on here faster. So I just try to let people transition over. Thank you, Anaya. Hey, everybody that's joining. I'm going to go. We're going to be on YT, but I am going to, yes, it is YouTube. It's in my bio, guys. I am going to pull up the live that Miss Jefferson is currently in so that we can kind of kill two birds with one stone. Live on my phone, it always pauses you. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it pauses me over there. I don't really have problems with people on YouTube Live. It could be StreamYard. I'm not sure. Yeah, we did work. Kiara said we worked a part-time job yesterday. We did. Hey, Seven. I'm still shook by that DM, baby. We did a lot last night, Seven. We gon' we gonna need to go back and watch Gaither. We gonna go watch Detective Gaither. I'm here for that. Yeah, we're gonna pull up. Thank you, Audrey. We are going to pull up. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Miss Jefferson so we can see what's going on in here, see what's going on in her live, y'all. Oh, it's listen, I posted the live on my YouTube, guys, so you can find it. Mimi, it was a time. It was a time. It was a time. I love y'all. I told y'all I love y'all. This community that we are building is absolutely amazing. Child, y'all don't play about me and I don't play about y'all, okay? Y'all, but Hebrew Nest, it's posted on my YouTube. You can go back and watch it. You can go back and watch it. Hi, Kimberly. I want Miss Love to my YouTube is in my bio, guys that are joining. Please, Mystical Cancer, you know what? I haven't seen you in a while. You might be shadow banned. How did that happen, friend? How did that happen? Hey, Jasmine. Please like the live if you're joining over here on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. I heard the lives was up last night. I appreciate you guys. You don't have to pick. I'm going live on YouTube, but we're gonna play Miss Jefferson's live. I'm about to use their live, guys. And the only reason I didn't join is if you get on YouTube, if you were on my all-nighter last night, I was supposed to be live at 12. Yeah, I was supposed to be live at 12. So yeah, yes, I was supposed to be live. Yeah, I don't y'all that Red Bull. I'm not drinking another Red Bull on live with y'all at 10 o'clock on YouTube. I'm not doing that. Audrey, I'm not doing it again. We had a good time last night. Baby, we had a good time. It was BYOB, baby. They had their shots flowing last night. Listen. When you were on Taylor's Lab with Zachy fam, you did so great. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much. Y'all, I had to go put on a good shirt for that live last night. I said, I don't want to get on there with a t-shirt on because y'all know I'm trying to step into my Oprah mode, okay? When my voice go to crack you. Thank you, Bobby. I had a Celsius at 8, 7. I'm not playing with y'all anymore. No. Briley, you drank till you crashed. Shit. Mimi, you had margaritas? Okay, y'all. So what y'all telling me is we sitting on YouTube live and y'all got the drinks pouring. Y'all listen. Hebrewness, maybe something has to happen here. Child, y'all had the drinks pouring last night on the live. So KC79, I will give you a recap once I turn TikTok off. So y'all, Keita, you sure weren't there. Y'all, listen. Key said they was up there off there drank like Miss Bell. Key, they was up there taking a little sip right before they go to bed. That's why Miss Bell didn't feel anything. Oh, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, Keita. What did Keita join YouTube? I want to know what you did for your birthday. Y'all was in the States last witness. They sure was lit like the States last witness. Miss Bell said she liked to have a drink or two. Y'all, my live is posted on my YouTube, so if you guys want to watch it, but please, I'm about to shut TikTok down because my people on YouTube, it's over 100 of us now. I typically like to get over 100 of us, but Bradley said she woke up at 3, picked up the bottle to get another drink. Booty, move over to YT. And please chat. I don't know if Keita's here. Keita, let me know when you get in the chat. Isis, why you gotta bring up what movie was that? Why you keep bringing up Because y'all, last night I kept talking while I was on mute. Hey, Justice. Hey, Holly. Guys, we're actually moving to YT. I'm about to shut it down. It's over 100 of us over here on YT right now. Oh, Bradley, your name's Joanne. You already over here? Okay. Hold on. That lady said she wants some vodka. Okay, guys. Yes. Well, I'm doing wrong, but I don't see Shaggy. I don't know how to tell you to interact on YouTube. I don't know. I'm happy you enjoyed the live, Haslin. I hope that's the name. Haslin. Y'all, last night was, we pulled a all-nighter. It's in my bio, guys. I don't know if Gaither is crooked, but it definitely is it seems very logical. Hey, Krona, have you already left? It's in the link in my bio, guys. Oh, I don't know. But I did see Pee Wee Longway was just arrested, so I don't know if that's gonna be what you're talking about. I'm barely recovered. Let me take that back. I actually feel good. I woke up about 10. I actually feel good. You know what, Isis? Give me your phone, Isis. Hey, 365 hoodie season. I don't think I did. Were you on last night? Hey, everybody. Okay, y'all. I'm about to log off of TikTok. I'm heading over to YouTube. I said that maybe about 3 times. But look at Krona, my girl. I'm moving over. Hey, everybody that's joined. I'm actually finna hop off of here. We are on YouTube. We are watching Brian Steele's opening statement today. We'll probably discuss the article I just posted about, and we're gonna listen to Miss Jefferson's live. So, they're on my YouTube, guys. It is in my bio. Everything is in my bio. Okay, 365 hoodie season. Thank you. Okay, guys, on TikTok. I'll see y'all later. All right, y'all. Because they said Duke. They said Duke is on there too. Let me see what's going on because they still haven't came yet as well. Yeah, so you can also contact the national office because if the local isn't giving you any traction, the national definitely will, just because of the high profile. Because it is a high profile case. Girl, hold up. National, local, I would go to national. And the other thing is that there are so many people reporting on this case. There are so many people giving reactions to this case. And it's not just us. There are so many people who have recognized this all over. Can y'all hear this? That this has not just been about YSL, about Young Thug, or about rap, but it's been about literally. Okay, y'all gotta pause this for a second because I can't be rude and not speak. Y'all see y'all friend? She knocked out she pulled that all nighter with us, y'all. Hey everybody. Hi everybody over here. So first of all, I'm sorry I'm late, y'all. I did wake up, but I saw Doug Weinstein's post and I wanted to make sure I read it. I wanted to do a video about it and everything, guys. So y'all see Barchi, yeah, she tired. Oh, did y'all hear that? Oh, my bad. I called her name. Connect with some Hebrewness. I can try. I mean, maybe you can enlighten me on who to reach out to because I am in Gwinnett, and y'all know what's crazy? I have Malcolm X is one of my favorite activists, and like a few months back, a few months back, I was thinking about this, and I thought about the fact, like, you know how well known Martin Luther King was, Malcolm X was. I don't know leaders in our current time who match their energy. Erica, this is exactly what I thought about when she turned around. Hi, everybody that's joining. I don't know people who match that energy. And when I say match that energy, Brianna, I absolutely will not. I absolutely will not, Brianna. I'm sorry, Brianna. I just will not do it. I will not do that. I will not do it. Okay, Tim. But Keita, okay. I see Keita's in here. Can I first stop you guys? Can you please put a happy birthday in the chat for Keita? It's one of our cousins. It was her birthday yesterday. It's why she wasn't on the live. You got to know love doing recaps from last night. I know she is. Let's tell Keita happy birthday, guys. Happy birthday, Keita. I hope you enjoyed your day. Key, what they on? What y'all on in this live? Please like the live. It helps me get into the algorithm. We have 200 people in here. Can we get some likes, y'all? It's real simple. 7, happy birthday to your daughter. Thank you, Melody. Yakita said thank you. But yes, guys, so y'all would think I'm crazy. It's so much that I want to do in life. And I've never had a problem with speaking out for anybody. And that's probably always going to cause issues in my life because I don't mind doing that. But yeah, so I definitely feel that something has to be done. I mean, this situation with Quindarius Zachary is just, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing. Y'all, okay. Okay. So I was on Mr. Jefferson's live, and I'll get back on it. I just wanted to make sure I acknowledged you guys over here on YouTube. And let me pull her. Let me see if I can pull it back up. Were you guys able to even hear it? Y'all don't miss Love Bad, but that smoky eye was an epic fail. She shouldn't have been walking around with no smoky eye. I'm sorry. How can I see? Hold on, y'all. You know why I don't see Miss Jefferson? Is she live? Is she still live? Okay, she's still live. What woman he was it? Yeah, that's the one talking about. He right over there. They gonna name what he had on. I said, this man. Oh, me too. Yeah, you just lying. Yeah, that's who it was. That was Quinn. Dennis is the one that was in the suit. Okay, all of them were so dang on entitled. Like we just supposed to believe you. Okay, I think they're just talking about the case, guys. I don't even see Montunk on there anymore. But are y'all suggesting that we wear a black smoky eye on Monday? Is that what I'm hearing? Y'all want to wear a smoky eye on Monday? Hold up. Are we do? I'm sorry. Is that what you guys are suggesting? Y'all want a black smoky eye with a little wing tip on it? Is that what y'all saying? Am I understanding? Miss Hudson said, "Slime it out." Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. It looked like y'all want to wear a smoky eye. Are we wearing dollar bill green or bud green? Because you know Max Sharp said there is a difference. They said dollar bill green with the wing tip. I mean, because if y'all gonna go, you gotta go hard. I'm just saying. Child, if you go hard. You gotta go hard. Y'all, come on. Ooh, watching day 2. Live stream. Hold up, day 2. Okay. It's my little cousin, y'all. She want her hair braided. When I tell y'all, they don't let me rest. Let me tell y'all something. The fact that y'all done brought up Miss Bell. How many of y'all was waking up, just going rolling over, just taking a sip? I knew right then and there we needed to get Miss Love off the stand. Yes, I did, Kendra. Work snake skin with a now y'all done pushed it. Yes, Maya. I told Taylor that I will post it on my Instagram story. And y'all, I'm scared to post it on my TikTok simply because y'all they flag. I'm starting to think TikTok out to get me. Okay. They flagged me yesterday because I shared Miss Jefferson's post, which tagged me to my story. So I would be lying to you. Like right now, if I showed my screen on Safari, I have their guidelines up. I've got to sit down and go through them because this too much. This is too much. It's too much. I mean, they I'm just like, I'm scared because you guys were saying they don't like for you to do the cash APPs. And I'm saying, okay, I don't want to post it and then get flagged again. So I don't want to do that, y'all. I don't want to TikTok, babe, I got PTSD dealing with TikTok. So I don't something going on. So Sheila, I didn't want to put it in my bio because I don't, y'all. I am really, child, I don't know what's going on with my TikTok. I don't want to. Maybe I could do a link tree, Crone. I could do a link tree. Listen, I might need to lay low. And yesterday, when I saw that, I said, not them flagging me for posting a story that mentions me. So I just, yeah, I said, listen, I don't want to play. I don't want to play. So I just said, I told her I definitely posted on my Instagram. I actually make a post. I'll make a post and do that. We gonna fly you out to Miami. Yeah, I can probably do it on my YouTube wall, y'all. I can probably do that, but I can do a link tree. I can definitely do that. Y'all, low. Oh my God. So yeah, so I did make sure. I mean, I donated. I wanted to make sure other people did. And Holly, I can do that. I can make a video and just tell them to go to his sister's page. Like I would do everything I can except post that link because I don't know what it is about TikTok right now, y'all. Y'all know, honestly, I think Miss Bell, I think she was under the influence when everything happened, y'all. I think she was. I know someone who was hit several times and they took a Xanax right before, and I think that's what saved that person's life. I think that's what saved their life because they were high. They were high. Oh, that Brianna, his sister posted that. She told us on live yesterday she was going to post it, so I did share it. Baby, yeah, y'all. I just at this point, I'm gonna check it right now while I'm on live with y'all. Let me check it. I'm gonna tell y'all my views. That's on my kids, right now, in the last 7 days, I've had 5 million views on my page. in the last 60 days, 28 million. So that's why I be like, I just feel like that's probably small when you put in the context of views that you get on TikTok. However, I do think within our community and for this trial, that's big. So I don't want to mess that up, guys. I don't want to mess that up at all. So um I don't take lightly the voice. Um your videos aren't showing on my FYP. Oh, thank you, Krona. I didn't know that. My sister told me that. But I don't take lightly that my page has become sort of a voice for the case. And I mean, and it's not just about monetization, guys. It's also about the fact that I don't want them to suspend the account. I did make some backups, y'all. So I didn't want them to I don't want them to suspend my account. So I'm trying to, stay in compliance as much as possible, So that's 28 million is insane. It's insane. And I don't want them to do that. I don't want them to do that. Where's my mimosa? Christine, I don't have one, but I did have some orange juice this morning. Claudia, thank you for that. I love y'all. I understand how, and it's not just this YSL case, because this community has committed to just standing tall and watching other things and talking about other issues. But child, I just want to make sure I'm in compliance, people. Look, don't ask for clips, baby, because I'm I don't know. I reposted something that had my name in it. That's what was crazy to me. I'm like, sir. I told them when I appealed it, I said, hey, if you look at her caption, she literally tags me because she's reporting on something that came from my page. So yeah. You only have 14K what, Miss Green? I mean Miss Sheila. What you got? 14K what? 365 hoodie season. Let me tell you something about me. I'm waiting on my setup to come. When I start streaming, y'all won't be seeing the blinds behind me anymore. I have a desk. I'm waiting on my chair to come. Ring light. I think it's coming today. I'm going to be doing a setup. So I am going to be streaming on like YouTube, on Twitch. I'm working at all of these different services because I enjoy doing this, guys. I really enjoy I don't know, Lisa. I don't know if they've approved it yet. But I told y'all, I found my niche in social media. I found my people. So I like this. I like doing this. It does not feel like work at all. It does not feel like work. So, and Kiara, and I say it again to y'all, man, content creation, I feel like content creation changing my life. I really do, y'all. I feel like y'all, Keita, I saw your message, and every time I talk to my sister, we either have to get off the phone. So I think it's there because she did tell me some mail came for me, but she didn't tell me what. But I want y'all to I want everybody on here to tap in some kind of way. I told you I wanted to start a content group. And I would do it in a way that I would probably do a live or something on Sundays about 7-8 o'clock, because I really want us to we got to figure this out, guys. And everybody doesn't want to do content. I get that, right? But I do feel that there's a way you can do content, even if you don't want to show your face, even if you don't want to talk to people. I think we can figure it out, and together, I'm gonna tell you, Hebrew. I'm gonna tell you, me personally, I have no problems with Miss Sylvia. I would never on my platform talk about what other people say about other content creators, because I wouldn't want someone to do that to me. I can only go by what I have experienced with the person. And I love Miss Sylvia. I was watching her well before I started posting on this trial. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I'm never going to sit on my platform and talk about another creator. I don't like that. I don't want that energy back, so I don't want to give it out. Yeah, I don't want this. I have hair products. Listen, y'all. T said, I've been here before you blow up. Am I blowing up, friend? Because I feel like, baby, this is, man, this is a community, guys. And I love y'all so much. But I do want to, I mean, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all something about me. I do have good ideas. So even if we sitting on here, it look, Key, even if we sit on here on Sundays, guys, and you want to run something by me, I don't listen. Let's go for it. Let's brainstorm. Because, baby, one thing about it, I come up with some good ideas, baby. You better ask my family about me. And I'm quick with it. I stand by that. I'll stand by me and my ideas every time. You gotta execute it though, right? You got to execute it. You execute, but listen, I got us. So yeah, I mean, y'all, I want to do, because my cousin asked me about this, so I would love to do a content group with you guys. The reason too is accountability, because there are things that I need to do outside of just posting videos. I told you about the lady who said you don't use TikTok, you don't use these services as your form of income, you use them to make a brand. So I'm not a Sag, I'm an Aries. So yeah. Oh yeah. So Hebrew Nest, yeah, I've heard people say things, but I tune them out because they weren't my experiences. They weren't my experiences. So yeah. Yep. So I am a fire sign. And I don't know everything, y'all. I'm never gonna proclaim to, but baby, I can figure it out. And I feel like together we'll be able to do that, even if it's that one day a week. That one day a week will help. My cousins were asking me, like, how did your page get here, God? Y'all, I can't tell y'all how to build some page from zero to, I think I have, let me see where my followers at right now. 31.5 thousand. I started posting on July 1st. The only thing I can tell y'all is consistency. That's it. Consistency. That's it. So, hey, Shaniqua, now I'm going to say something for real. I can call all my cousins and they'll say that this is true. You know, I consider myself something like a family celebrity. Not now, y'all, but I'm saying I'm the cousin that everybody knows. Like, I'm that cousin. I'm very big on family. They know Mel. You can call me for about anything. So I really am that cousin. I can call 10 cousins that'll be like, yeah. I'm talking about cousins 10 years older than me. In fact, I got a TikTok where I went to a family event and I said, y'all watch this. I'm the favorite. And I am. I'm very big on family though. Wait a minute. What? Kiara, stop playing with me. Your cologne post suck 365? Can you send me your page? Listen, y'all, I'm the cousin. I ain't lying to you. I'm telling you, I can run through 10 of them right now. Friends, they gonna tell you. Oh yeah, they looking for me. Every family reunion, they looking for me. Kiara, I know you lying. I know you lying, Kiara. Y'all, hold up. Let me Google this because I know Kiara. Kiara, let me see. Detective. I ain't even hashtag to y'all. Y'all, Detective Gaither got a TikTok.
Okay, y'all. So more and more
Well, I ain't gonna lie, that is me right there.
I'm gonna keep giving it to
but
y'all.
that's on TikTok. Miss J, you know, you got it, you got it. Y'all, I know y'all lying. I don't see me. God damn, y'all ain't lying. When I go to related images, there the hell I go. Wait a minute now. Let me tell y'all something. They said Detective Gaither, old school bulldacker. Baby, don't show up in my house, Detective Gaither. I'm just watching the trial. Don't show up in my house. That's all I'm saying. Don't show up. Child, T, this too much. This too much. But I would tell you this. I don't feel no way about my voice getting out there because I've always been the type of person who can speak up, speak out. It is what it is. I hope. Shit, I want to be Malcolm X, okay? Let me be Malcolm X. Okay? Maryland, that's what it's giving. Y'all know what would make y'all remember when Malcolm X led the Muslims from to the front of the hospital? Baby. Let me tell you something. They better not never let me lead a protest. Y'all. So Kelvia, is it Covia? I call myself Melanie Luther X. My family hates when I say that. Melanie Luther X, baby, don't let me be out here leading the people from some street on into in the front of the Fulton County Courthouse, baby, with my little picket sign. Okay, listen, Erica. But I'm gonna let the other lady in Fulton County, because I don't live in Fulton. I'm gonna let Miss Ma'am. I'm gonna wait till she hosts her rally. I'll show up. Y'all. Yeah, we go ahead, go to the steps. I'm telling you. Baby, I'll put my little beret on, give me some black combat boots. Baby, I might put me a smoky eye with a wingtip on, get my nails black. Baby, I'll be ready for war. Baby. Listen, I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying, Melanie Luther X. Baby, I'm just letting y'all know. All old girl got to do is post it. Listen, she better not come to Gwinnett. Stay away from me. He did 26 years. You know, my cousin, I'll never forget one of my cousins, y'all, in the 80s. Y'all know when they was really, really making money. My mom had an article. He was sentenced to 26 years because he was found with like $1 million of, that white girl. And he really did 26 years. He really did. So it's possible, y'all. Mel gonna take us to Fulton County Google reviews. Holly, it's more than that because people were donating yesterday. So Claudia, I said this again. I wish people would let this funny and nut thing go. Nobody can prove it. It's hearsay, speculation, it's a rumor. I get tired of hearing it. Child. They're talking about Quindarius Zachary. So yeah, let me get this pulled up. Okay, y'all. Gaither looking for a new wife. nothing. Paige had to sign it because the bitch warrant was issued on Friday, they said. This is what I heard too, Sassy C. Somebody mentioned this while we were on live one day. Yeah, I thought so too. Erica, you know, I know it's a common misconception because my hair is short, but it's short by choice. You know, I'm in no way looking for a woman. No way. I'm not. So, Detective Gaither, I hope she understands that. It's short by choice, child. Nothing more, nothing less, child. That's it. Oh yeah. Y'all, someone kept sending me the post when Fani got on that stand with Ashley. Oh my God, she looked just like Miss Love. Oh, she looked just like Miss Love. Just like Miss Love. It's Hey, Lanique. Okay, y'all, hold up. I'm getting Brian still queued up. Yeah, don't mind me. I just have to make sure. I can't even imagine it, Lacey. Oh, crime scene. Fani walked, y'all, and you could. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Hold on, y'all. It was so terrible. Child. We're going to talk about it. Y'all know they said they're trying to see if they're going to issue a warrant out for Fani because she did not show up to the thing yesterday. Baby, Fani was in DC, they said. I said, Lord, not y'all issuing subpoenas for Quindarius Zachary when Fani is out and about and she has a subpoena too. Okay, y'all, here we go. Look at Fani. Girl, look at Fani. Look how she up here, y'all. Oh, hold up. No, this her. Let me pause this, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up.
We need a red here to go over all.
This the part I wanted to show y'all. Look at how Fani took this stand. Just look at this. Look at the attitude. I mean, it was stank from the beginning. Definitely gave bothered. One thing I love about Brian Steele, Keith Adams, Doug Weinstein, the attorney Matthews, and what I'm trying to take from them, because sometimes if I'm bothered, you can tell, baby, they stay even. Don't get too high, don't get too low. But look at her. Oh, wrong one. Hold up.
All of this and to explain exactly what happened. So we was asking
her breathing, y'all. Look at her breathing.
That the court allow Ms. Willis to be called and interrogated on these matters.
Just a moment, Ms. Willis. So, Ms. Cross, I don't know if you want to speak with Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing the objection to the motion.
I believe the motion to.
Or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
We'll withdraw the motion to quash Ms. Willis based on the.
Okay, so The position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant has called her as the next witness.
I would ask, I need 3 documents in front of me and
Yeah.
then 3 filings of Ms. Merchant.
3 filings.
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, the pleadings.
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you in the supplemental.
I want the one filed on January the 8th, the one filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
Voice is shaky, which
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a
for
copy.
me when I'm like,
I think we have one.
All right, we are back on the record. Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
I would, and I do apologize. Hannah, do me a favor. Put them on my knees, my reading glasses. After you swear, don't put them on my knees. You can swear, you can go ahead and swear, because I don't know what the court. Yes, sir. District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office,
Okay.
and I heard someone yell, "His testimony is done." It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness, and I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Ms.
okay, time out. I want to just show y'all the first part, and I saw some of this. I saw some of this already. And my squad, I'm trying to figure out how we just now get evidence from 10 years ago. Hey, Easy. Listen. Okay, y'all. This ain't even what we supposed to been watching. This ain't even what we supposed to been watching, but I'm entertained. Are y'all entertained? Funny said she been anxious to have. Hold up. Let me tell my cousin. Okay. Yo. Fanny said she ran. Okay.
Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
Y'all, did she say pacing? I haven't seen any footage. Y'all, is she saying pacing? I see why. Y'all, okay, help me out. She is saying she was in her office pacing? Okay, all right, okay. Why is she pacing? Why is she pacing?
Did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation?
Y'all, where Fanny from? Where is Fanny from? Baby, Fanny said Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me? She said, not so much. What? What is going on? She from California. Hell, she must be from Compton. Sus got to be from Compton, deep in LA, because
I didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not.
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media because, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was,
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
you did not.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss.
okay, y'all, I done got sidetracked. I got to stop it because I done got sidetracked. I had to apologize to y'all. I just really want to show y'all the entrance. I remember some of this testimony, but y'all, I didn't. You know what, Agnes? I just thought about this too. But this is not where I was going today. But this is where we are. Do y'all see all of this attitude? I don't know what that is, Booty. Y'all, I think your leader, corruption, unethical practices, all of this, it starts from the top. And Fani's attitude is exactly why Miss Love acts the way she acts. This is exactly why Miss Love acts the way she acts. Like, this is terrible.
Discuss the
All
motion.
right, next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who was giving it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He's sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? You know, things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay.
Child.
In 2019.
Yep.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up. I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked a question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree,
believe I'm
Judge.
able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answers.
And that's,
That's Ms. Merchant. That's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is
Well,
able
it's
to ask
highly
follow-ups.
offensive when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try
Judge.
to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
I know
Well,
that's
Ms.
right,
Willis,
Fani.
You have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Y'all, Fani said she got a 3-month rule and Ashley must don't know about it. She ain't giving it up on the first night. I know that's right.
Ms. Merchant.
thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did the
Okay.
meeting. He, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that
She's
conference.
explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Thank you.
Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge, I
proceed.
would just ask that
We
we,
can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant,
Thank
next question, please.
Hey!
okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
That's a lie. That's one of your lies.
Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the DC area. She would come home, we'd party together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin
Oh,
in
God.
over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did
That's
not
not
move
the-
into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it. Is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did
you
not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin.
Time out. Are we to understand that Fani's father was living with her and approached her to leave the home? Are y'all hearing that? Now, easy. She definitely quick on her feet, baby. Yo. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Booty. She's saying she left the home because she was approached to leave because her life was in danger. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage. I'm not going to guess that. But the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70. Here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,400, $1,500.
Pause. I got to explain this to Key. So, Key, they're talking about Robin. Apparently, Robin is a friend who went to school near where Fani went. They used to hang out and kick it. After graduating, they didn't see each other for about 10 years. She said it was happenstance that they ran into each other in Atlanta. Began kicking it again. That's how Robin ties in. And Ashley Merchant is who is crossing, doing a direct examination of Fani.
I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move out?
She said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22. Yes, February 2022, is that what you said?
January, February of 22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father was 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time.
Yes or no?
There, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not. Okay, so they didn't still live at your house.
Ooh!
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
Okay. So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back.
Merchant, can we get to either the relationship or the
Sure.
financial benefit?
Yes. So let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yurdy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
Oh, I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a group
very.
chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yurdy cash.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
sorry, when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22. And it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday.
I'm here to pay my mom's bill.
Came to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure. But I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive.
Why she gotta do
And
Tennessee
like I
like
said, I don't
that?
think, I know it wasn't more than a day.
So you didn't spend the night?
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
Oh yeah.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
Who paid for that hotel?
in Miami. I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you. So there's two cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you I am not sure. So I'm not sure of two things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is...
I'm pausing. We've got some new people in the chat. Please do me a favor. As you come in, you can definitely subscribe to the channel. Please like the live. It helps me get into the algorithm. If you are new coming in, please refrain from cursing. You just say it in a cute way. We'll know what you're saying. Say it in a way that disguises what you're trying to say for me, please, because I don't need no problems in these YouTube streets. This is not what we were supposed to do. I believe it says we were watching Brian Steele, but we just want to look at a little bit of Fani, just because this attitude and some of the stuff that went down in her testimony. So this is not where we were supposed to go. But I mean, if you are not new here, you know we do this all the time. We start somewhere and we end up another place. But yes, I'm going to start it back. But right now, this is Fani. She's testifying about hiring her boo, Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor. She gave him about $800,000 of Fulton County money to prosecute. So Ashley Merchant is now doing a direct examination of Fani.
The one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise. And that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has some.
Okay, y'all, we got to take a break. We're at 199 likes. Can we get the likes at least to about, can we go ahead and get the likes to about 250 at least? But geez, come on, y'all. I think they say you have to exit out of the comments and then like and then like it. Can somebody tell me where the likes at right now? We're at 200 right now. Come on, guys. If you haven't liked the live, can you please minimize the comments and hit like on the live, please? Oh, we at 305. We at 305. Come on, please, guys. Just hit the like button on here. 200 out of 304. We're at 210. Come on, y'all. Can we get to 250, please? Period. We're at 220. Miss Seals, you probably just joined. Let's refrain from using curse words, even if it's ASS. Exit the chat. We at 227, guys. We're trying to get to 250. Other count. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. 233, guys. We are almost there. Your money definitely going to her pockets, ma'am. Confiscated monies. Oh, wow. Guys, we're at 239. We're trying to get the likes up to about 250, guys. There we go. I appreciate all of you guys. I think we probably are almost there with the likes right now. They said we're at 227. Money for me is insane. You know what, Ash? Ash, that's kind of hilarious. Money for me is insane. Y'all haven't got to the married part yet. Erica, you better tell them. Y'all definitely, we got 10. We need 10 more likes. 9 more likes right now. No, Samantha, this is old. This is old, Samantha. We literally started this. I saw this yesterday and wanted to show them how she walked in because I think her body language and her behavior, it looks just like Miss Love. Come on, y'all. 4 more likes. Jessica, the live from last night is posted. Click on my lives on my channel and you will see it. But let me tell you, Jessica, it was a hilarious. It was hilarious. We were on there for about 5 hours last night. Do you have a Twitter? I do have a Twitter, Brianna. Who shared my post, Brianna? Y'all, my Twitter, I told y'all I'm scared to put my picture on there because y'all, Elon is after me like the IRS was when Wesley Snipes didn't pay his taxes. Child, I think Elon, if I put my picture on there, he's going to know it's me. Erica, they love pink. They love pink for some reason. All right, y'all. 1 more like, please. They said we're at 249. My vids all over Twitter this morning after QZ. Oh, wow. Ugh, y'all, listen. I'm scared if I put my picture on there, Elon gonna knock me down, y'all. And all right, y'all, we had 251. But yeah, I'm scared Elon gonna knock me down. So my picture is not on there, but my Twitter is Verdict Mail. Thank you, Erica.
Call Mr. Wade is a world traveler.
Hey,
I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel. But we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me any place. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
Period.
So still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a travel agent. I'm sorry.
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can.
Baby, y'all ain't talking about Nathan. Okay, and I'm not talking about Nathan Wade. I'm talking about nothing. Fani said that this man travels 6 out of the 7 continents. Baby got his own travel agent. Then he got a cruise ship travel agent. She said, "Don't play with her boo." And when he turned 50, my girl said she went up for his birthday. She said she did it real big for him. Don't play with Fani. She said, "Play with your mama, not her."
Can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking
but
if
I'm
he
trying
paid
to,
for those.
He did not though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that, but initially he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Okay. So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like it was a package the lady did for him.
Okay. And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be
Initially.
abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it. And then he tells me how much it is and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him the money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it,
Okay.
if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go.
Well, I'ma just say, it's not that hard to get a cruise agent. If you book a lot of cruises, you build rapport with these people. My aunt has a cruise agent. My aunt has when she books cruises, she'll tell us, "Hey, call this person. They'll hook you up." So Fani had to pop it right there. But listen, if you take a lot of cruises, a common person working at the post office, working for the government, working at McDonald's can have a cruise agent.
Go, they tell him what's booked. You have to remember, he paid for that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right. And his mother was not happy
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton
Okay.
County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to, because I don't go on many dates. But when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
Now I'm gonna tell you this, y'all. My godmother swears by this, and to this day won't do it. She said, if I go on a date, you better make sure you can pay for your food in case anything happens. I'm gonna have to agree with Fani on that, okay? I'm gonna have to agree with her on that. Fani said her daddy said you keep that money because if that man acts up, it sounds like something daddy would say. I don't think she lied right here, baby. I don't keep cash a lot, so I don't keep cash, but I'm gonna tell you this. I don't believe the lady lying. I truly believe her dad said this. It sounds like some dad to say.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. We've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign.
I got to pause and say, Sassy, it's wild to a lot of people, but for like, especially people with money, it's not uncommon for them to have like gold, cash in their homes just in case something happens. It's not as uncommon as we think. There are people to this day who may not be considered wealthy, who if you go to their house, they got some money in a shoebox somewhere. So it may sound like that, but this isn't abnormal at all.
And I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this house or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No. It's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job, because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. That's probably in there.
You don't know
could have. What do you mean? I don't know where it came from. I
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize, because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip, for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember, is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip, that we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went 2 places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip.
Napa.
Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have 2 trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
Yes,
I
Dave.
paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him. He likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were.
This is what y'all were talking about. Y'all said she liked the same thing Miss Bell like. Oh my God. This is what y'all was talking about right here. Baby, Fani said that goose get you loose. She wants some. Fani, listen, Key, this got to be Miss Bell's best friend. Fani said she like to get loose on that goose.
There and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair champagne, chocolate, and caviar.
What is she doing,
It
y'all?
was like 3 different things: Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up.
She's giving Miss
But
Love.
that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have
Now, where we
took like
going?
$750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
I was just,
And then
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't even know the amounts.
when I
You're welcome.
travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't
That's what it sounds like, Kendra.
be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's going to be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr.
after
Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the.
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip.
Okay,
New
I'm
Year's
fast
Eve,
forward.
we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do, if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since
And
March of
where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house, that's a lie.
I'm
That's
asking
another,
if they've ever taken him anywhere.
and I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken Mr.
My
Wade anywhere?
security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never, not once, not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere.
Well, we've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat. And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No,
Never.
if there was.
Sherry, I'm not gonna go too deep in this, but I think Courtney Kramer is being very. She's using this case to help her. Yeah.
The lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear. Not often, once, twice, because I want to be over inclusive. I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any
I
problem?
object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Okay.
Can I make a confession and y'all not judge me? Put a one in the chat if I can, y'all. Put a one in the chat. Can I make a confession and no one in this chat? I don't want y'all to judge me, okay? Okay. Before I start watching the YSL trial and really getting into it, I saw some of this. Although I do feel like Fani gave Diary of a Mad Black Woman, there were parts of her testimony that made me say, I know that's right. There were parts of this testimony. Kiara, does the 2 mean you gonna judge me? Because if so, it's too late. Yeah, there were parts of her testimony that made me say, I know you're right. Like, I don't agree with everything Fani does, okay? Something like the Trump case, I kind of get where she's going with it. You know, I'm not going to sit on here and say that I know all of the details, y'all. But she was wrong for paying this man. But there were parts that I felt like in her testimony, it was kind of going beyond the scope of what I felt like we needed to focus on. And it was parts I said, Fani, I know. Listen, Fani, I wanted her to pop it up there. Listen. It was some stuff Fani said. I said, pop yo Fani. No, Sherry, some of that stuff. Now, Fani's overall body language, the perception of her on that stand, it didn't come off well. But listen, it was some stuff that Fani did. Like right now, I object. I said, I know that's right.
You have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one. So you filed 2 today. Is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, you filed your first one. It looks like April 15th, 2022. And your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy. Exhibit 20 and 21. If you take a look at those. They're part of the certified records.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Guys are getting a little old. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure.
Baby, y'all done had funny. Y'all done had my girl so caught up. She does have that dress on backwards. That zoom in, that I don't think that zip was supposed to go there. Y'all got her so discombobulated that she done woke up this morning and zipped that dress clean out backwards. Yo, listen, they zoomed in, y'all. That dress is definitely on backwards. And let me tell you, I love a good Calvin Klein, Guess, Tommy Hilfiger dress out of TJ Maxx, Marshalls. Ross even have them, y'all. I love to get those real estate. And I'm gonna tell you, I might have this dress. That little zip up top part goes in the back. It's a crisscross.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 20 and 21
Nope.
No,
Sorry.
from other counsel? Admitted without objection.
When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year.
Our love.
So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just clarify that.
I have a personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
A romantic
I don't think that's what you're
relationship.
asking. I think that's what
Romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end? When did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, he would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends to the day we die.
That let's.
Could we just have an answer to the question?
I know that's right.
Let's say that. Let's.
Baby, I heard Big Funny. Big Funny said they friends to the day they die. I got a friend like that too, Funny. Funny said they friends until the day they die. Y'all know that? Y'all know what Funny saying? Ain't nothing y'all can tell her on this stand that's gonna make us stop talking to that man. Ain't nothing y'all can tell Funny on that stand that's gonna make her stop talking to Nathan Wade. Ciao. She didn't say no. She said they friends to the day they die. That's her ride or die.
She asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
It's sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe me in, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just asking about your romantic relationship when you stopped dating.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man. He probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. So that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
So what Funny's saying is, around June or July is the last time they got it in together intimately, okay? But they had to have that conversation, a come to Jesus moment come August. And in her mind, that's when it ended because she's a woman and women think differently than men. Man. So when do y'all end the relationship, guys? Do y'all end it, 1, the last time you're intimate, or 2, when you say, listen, we done. Because Fani said she think it was 2. Fani would be a 2. Baby, y'all, this is too much for me.
And where, when did he come to, I guess, the condo? I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo. So I'm trying to use those terms.
So but there's been more. See, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you
to,
could ask a more precise question.
yes, please give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade visited you at the place you laid your head.
about. When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth,
Judge,
and
this
it
is
is a lie.
Okay. Y'all, what the hell is going on? Do you see this woman? This is so embarrassing. And I'm gonna tell you, I didn't get this far. She gonna argue with not only Ashley, but the other attorneys too. She gonna argue with the other attorneys as well. I thought Max Sharp was dramatic. This damn woman done picked up two. This lady done picked up 2. What are those 100-page documents? Funny from Crenshaw, and it's showing. She's looking crazy right now. Booty ain't got nothing on Funny. Listen. Y'all, what? Do you hear me, Key? She said, since you know everything. Okay, y'all.
It is a lie.
Ms. Willis?
You see.
Mr. Sena, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
She need a break.
Fine.
She needs a break.
Thank you, Judge. How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your document. No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Let me tell you something. If they were friends, y'all, the relationship is effing over.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller
Ever.
parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents
Well,
he
she'll
lived
have
with me.
full opportunity to respond.
Not her slamming them down.
In
And filed that with the court.
in
professionally.
2019,
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
in 2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I live.
Yo, they said, Funny said, I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. Fani Willis, you know? Okay, let me stop.
There in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He
resided?
has never been to my home in South Fulton.
He's giving Woogie.
2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
That's where I lived in 2020.
In 2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay.
What
I
is
don't
that?
know. In 2020, I lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And at my
Well,
home
I
in
think we're gonna
South
clarify
Fulton,
this. We'll break
Miss
it down.
Baby, it's giving Mutu. She done started talking to the judge. Y'all, this is absolutely insane. Yeah.
he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Ms.
Now
Willis,
she's
I'm
talking
gonna
to the
have caution
judge.
this. It's going to be my first time out to caution. We have to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike your testimony.
Ooh.
So
Ooh.
I need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's question, I believe, was asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
Bonnie says she don't give a damn. Strike it.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited.
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm going to say, I don't know. I'm going to say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019.
Broke bread.
So I'm going to say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone. So I'm going to say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm going to object as to what time period. Like we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're going to go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're going to treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much. I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
He paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill. Whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes. What we're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never
Like,
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App.
no,
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute.
Ooh.
But I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've
If
never
we
used
would
a
go to
credit card?
dinner,
Let her finish her answers.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my
Are you
question was,
telling
do
me
you
that
have
I'm
any
lying to you?
proof?
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The proof
monies.
is what I just told you.
Now, if Fani believes that the testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact, why the hell we got 200 in this YSL RICO case? I mean, what? Fani said you only need one witness. Baby, she need to tell Ms. Love this, baby.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent 800, I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left, because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
So I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move
for
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
Hey, Ashley,
I
got
I
her,
want to
y'all.
make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises.
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities
Actually,
to
know how to
clarify
put it
answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And I've
understand,
never, I'm sorry, go ahead.
you understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through, however you pay.
Okay, so, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I'm gonna
bills?
object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Ms. Merchant,
Money's so
are
funny.
you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
What?
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
If you say I did,
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
no.
Stop.
I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors of a book called Fani Willis Testify, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them.
No, I'm gonna
2 or
object.
3
No,
times.
My question is relevant as to.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to.
Here you
offer.
ice.
So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's that issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to, so that
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's
That's
in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County, huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them. So I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard. And so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year.
Period.
What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement. And that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about.
Now, hate Funny or not, she's speaking some real right here, y'all. Funny says she betted on herself. Now we do know she's giving Woody a look, 2 truths, 1 lie. Or 2 lies, 1 truth, however you want to call it. But she's speaking a little game right here, y'all. She's speaking a little game right here. Listen. Kiana, what? Funny says she ain't got a scam. Chasing fidelity, she got it. Funny says she got some money. She took her own money. She believed in herself. She said she knew it. Funny says she felt like it was her calling, her purpose. She was working. She hit a little lick. She said she show up twice a week and she was going to be okay. So, okay, Funny.
About was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
People, no, it's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but
True.
That hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
May I approach, Judge?
you can.
You may.
Page 30.
I have not read this book.
Who book is that, y'all? Who book is? Renee Funny definitely trying to hold her own. I wish she had a better attitude.
So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial. I have no information about that.
ask you about that. I just asked about what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke.
It's her book,
Pay
y'all.
their bills.
Yeah, that I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array. I didn't have.
Ms. Merchant.
I testified I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now.
Smooth,
dance.
natural looking.
Know if that's what they're I don't know. Paltry array. I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients. So no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate.
I mean, just think about it, y'all. If they not paying Funny, are they clients? I mean, I'm just saying.
Representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Funny, you don't know if you paid.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinance.
So I'm gonna say, Lacey, I guess what we mean by standing her ground is the mere fact that she could have run for them questions, long-winded questions and answers or not. I believe some of the stuff she's saying. I'm not saying everything is truthful, but I believe some of the stuff that she's saying. And she don't seem like she cowered out. That's what we mean by standing her ground. We're not saying everything she's saying is true, but she definitely stood her ground.
Ordinances.
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge.
I think we said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
I'm going to object to the court prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often time things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but
I'm gonna stop it right here because Fani just embarrassed me. Now, Lacey, it was the name Lacey, y'all. Damn it, let me look in the chat. Lacey, I think it was Lacey. I just put Lacey coming up. I said, Lacey, we know we don't believe her. And right after I say that, Fani sit here and lie like she does not know. She is supposed to disclose any type of romantic relationship she's having with contractors and employees of the county. Lacey Ann, I'm sorry, girl. Right after I said that, she comes and embarrassed me. Now, I didn't dispute what, I'm not going back on what I said. Just the mere fact. I'm going to have to stand on the 2 lies, 1 truth. I said it could also be 2 truths, 1 lie. Lacey, it's 2 lies, 1 truth because she lying to her face right now. She lying right now, Lacey. Lacey, this woman know for a fact she knew she was supposed to disclose their relationship and not her sitting up here lying. Y'all see, I got to shut up for a sec. I need a moment of silence. Why would she lie like that? Girl, they done told her that on the first day. She knew that. Thank you, Shay Shay. Fani knew that. Lacey, I'm going to have to watch that next, Lacey. Fani knew that. And I'm going to tell you this. God don't like ugly. That's why the edge is leaving right now.
I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's not your, so it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the relationship.
She's answered that question. Let's keep going.
You done pissed me off.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no.
I think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Gotta have.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And okay.
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Ms.
true.
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
I know Fani has attention.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't.
I think that's the statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately.
Oh, I know
So-
that's right.
It's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
An agent?
All
Yeah,
right.
an appointee is what I really think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't, just so we're clear. Yes, but in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville. Yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly
Just say
concerned
yes or
about
no,
me
ma'am.
continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5:00 in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety
He
concerns.
said he not
I just
playing
asked
fun.
that you moved into this condo, the RT condo,
Right.
for safety reasons, right?
Beer hug me.
You guys going to Sharon's retirement party?
Right?
Yes.
At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of
Everybody
2021,
join in.
Yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father,
That's
yeah,
all I ask you.
but I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was
Y'all, he's sick of
or he
her.
wasn't.
That's all.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both
I'm not
know.
going to argue
And
anything.
I
I'm
would
going to
like
ask.
be able to explain why.
I'm going
And so,
to.
yes,
Y'all, this ain't
because
gonna
my
work.
father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to
Y'all,
have to
this
say
ain't
that
gonna work.
second time.
This ain't
And then
gonna
we have
work.
to put a pause. You stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that.
I gotta pause it. Booty, Key. Y'all, where the likes at right now, please? She gonna lose it, y'all. This ain't gonna be good. This is not gonna be good. Can y'all tell me where the likes at right now? 302. Okay, we gonna keep it going. It's 360. 302 is good.
In your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadow, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurti condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying
I had to go mute because Barchi is barking. Y'all, I'm going to say this, y'all. It's very logical that there were some safety concerns. 7 is actually in Atlanta. She said that her address was leaked. So I do understand it. But what I don't understand is her leaving and leaving her father and the kids at the house. That's where my misunderstanding of this situation comes.
Staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yerty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Potty, your objection is speculation
Yes.
to the question of
Speculation.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can,
Just let her answer the question.
Or Mr. Sadon wants to rephrase.
No,
I'm not
I
sure.
was able to
I've got
understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection. We can move forward.
Okay.
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
but you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Yes,
There's still a safety concern
I was.
for people staying
Yes
at
or
the
no?
house.
I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became I don't want to say
Okay, let me say this. Let's talk about this. I believe they said it was 2021. COVID was very much a still thing, but I think we had lowered some things. Could he not have just gone to another place and you kept him isolated in that place? That's not making sense. For her to say he's staying in one place because of COVID, when all it would have taken was for him to be moved from one place to another, is not logical. And you're saying, oh, if you've ever been around an older man, huh? That's not logical to me. Like, I'm with everybody. The condo was for her and that boo. And you know what? I hate I freeze framed it right here because Key said them look like some 25 MMs. Them don't look like minks. That looks like a strip that she put on herself, baby.
I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed
Baby, Fani got the white glue showing and everything. And she doesn't know to use black glue on them lashes.
there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yerty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yerty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in, but I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back, whether it was that period or after I left the Yerty residence, I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of so that we are clear is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yerty condo?
Have fun at the tailgate, girl. Hope Jackson State beats Southern. I told my baby to please make sure she sends me videos of the band. She just texted me she's getting ready to get out and go tailgate herself. Have fun and be safe.
Like maybe a night, like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yerty condo, including Miss Yerty?
Never. Miss Yurdy never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
My
A
word
lonely
was,
period.
my word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but
Girl.
no one ever, I think my baby's my oldest child. I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place, other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, that was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night, but just a very lonely time in life.
Okay, we'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute.
Oh, please
Did
do.
Nathan Wade visit you at the Yerty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember times that he visited me at that condo. Yeah.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm gonna tell you the problem I'm having here.
Oh, God.
Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay, that's your.
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God. That 2021. I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job. And 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Miss Yerty was at the condo?
So
Renee, you right. Funny doing the best she can up there, baby. Baby ducking and dodging them just like Woody.
Miss Yerty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together, so it's an impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yerty, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yerty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yerty, but me and Miss Yerty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what I'm talking.
Another misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yerty.
My question, though, I'm trying to understand
Okay.
that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking. She's not in the condo.
We never stay, Miss Yerty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I ask you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo,
Yes.
when you were staying there,
Yes,
Miss Yurty wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct. Yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have
It
been.
would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security
I
detail.
wouldn't object. She said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You've made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Who in the prosecution team prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask
No, no,
is
no,
who
no.
knew? It's not, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
Answer,
me just tell
answer
you
it
this.
and then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question then, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
Child, did Funny just say a woman don't have the right to keep her life private? As if we're not here because you hired your boo? Girl, now you can't keep that private and you know better.
Explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
Is that correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Yeah,
No. It is you because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
November of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade
Oh, what's the
before
answer?
you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about the sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
Right.
It can be dating, it can be holding hands,
Come on.
it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. It's very simple. It's either a yes or a no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before.
Come on, Erica, because this is what we're really talking about. That man was married. Stop, Archie. That man was married. She was dating him and didn't want people to know. If we gonna put it out on the floor, Funny, let's go ahead and let's call a spade a spade. You were dating a married man. Call a spade, baby.
For that, I'm not a hand holder, so no.
Okay, that's fine.
She don't hold hands.
Now,
Hold on, Funny.
let's move beyond November 1st of 2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade that the lead prosecutor that is the man that was basically giving orders to others was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor. It's not
So now
relevant.
relevance.
It just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship.
Come
The
on.
failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's
Here, Angel, let me say this. I think Angel said no because her business is her business, not when she's in public office. It just does not work like that. And not when you're hiring this man as the lead prosecutor, a special prosecutor, and paying him all of the county's money. It is not her business anymore. It becomes the citizen's business. Now, if Fani would have went and dated my Uncle Rick, who a mechanic, then maybe that would have been her personal business. But going to date the man that you're hiring as a special prosecutor using the county's money, where it's definitely going to be implied you hired him because you're dating him, child, it stopped being her business the day she did that.
the relevance.
The inference that
that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
all right, overruled. Mr. Sadon.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least
Fani,
2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends, at least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking
Okay,
about.
so no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right? We were friends. We hung out prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time. I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors on the prosecution?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Sadon.
Okay.
Girl.
Did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so do you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so,
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
so as I understand it, just to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC
That was a pretty clear answer.
Huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
I kind of
So
like
you have a variation or something new to bring up.
I'll ask it and we'll see. Did you take trips to DC that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is, take personal or business trips. She said,
But that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Okay.
What's the relevance?
And what would be the relevance of that?
Trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the documents, the things that.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he has I think there have been other things.
Somebody give me a clip. She ran on not dating her employees. Why was that even a topic of something she'd run on? Did Paul Howard date his employees? Y'all gonna have to fill me in on that.
Discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in DC at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would reference to the court that was not asked of Mr. Wade, anything about any trips to DC.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact on credibility. So Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So
I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to DC with Mr. Wade.
That's correct.
Personal or business?
That's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
On personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC. Since Mr. Wade has been on to this case, I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area. But I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well,
Apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the.
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to get into the conversation per
We
se.
should.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So, Mr. Sadon, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is, was it pre-indictment in this case?
So,
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered. Well,
but
actually,
and so that
I'll
we're
give you
clear, the physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen until after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadon, to your question was she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
Well, I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you. Next question, Mr. Sadon. If you need to clarify.
Want to say one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadon. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that?
Ooh.
Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had absolutely nothing to do with this.
So funny.
It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich.
Ooh.
We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan.
Big
A man is
body.
a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Period.
Is there anything
Now,
else
wait a
you'd
minute.
like to add to that?
Babe, let me tell you something about Fani. This is one of the clips that I said. Fani said, "Don't play with her." Fani said, "Don't play with her." She gave that man her money back because she needed him to know them women you used to taking care of and doing this and that before, baby. I don't need you to do that. Baby, could have been a little power play for Fani. Baby, could have been a little power play, y'all. Fani had to pop it for a second. Now you right. Lacey, you right. She did pay that man $800K, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point. Let's leave the job out of it. Let's talk about the fact Fani said don't play with her. She don't need that man. Now, Lacey, you done ate her up with that comment, but she won't listen. She said she didn't need Nathan.
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadon. Next question.
My next question is something that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not
Preserve
something.
it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the question for the record, but
Oh,
then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadov, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this, preserved for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do I,
of the
do I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadov, for everything related to any forensic.
Oh, you just want me to stay
misconduct
out of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it
Sure.
when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on
I'm
your
going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is, their,
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect, the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadov. Next topic.
How would she say that in church?
I realize that you've testified that you have no records that with regard to cash payments,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
of course, I withdrew money throughout that time
Yeah, y'all think Nathan Wade was growling like Shannon, talking about that's my funny.
period throughout my life. I've withdrawn money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you
my
overpay. So
God.
yes, both through that. Yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out
No,
money.
I was very
Hey, what
specific.
time frame?
Yes, during the course
2020.
of that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes,
So do you have a problem with,
I absolutely. Yes,
you don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
going to object this to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassment, frankly, Your Honor.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance. Mr. Sadov, that's something you want to follow up privately? You can do that.
Last area, briefly.
yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Bye, Keith.
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous or mismerchants that you have joined is.
Ma'am,
No,
I
no,
didn't
no.
ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you, okay? I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
Now she just said
And I
she
do
wanna put his
appreciate the
business
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm
that
sorry, what?
out. You
I'm
just
not going
did.
to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All right,
So I don't
let's
think we
get
should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadow, next.
Okay, let's unpack this real quick, guys. She literally just told us earlier in the interview, put a one in the chat if y'all remember this, that he was going through some stuff around his birthday and she didn't want to get into it. Do y'all remember that? Thank you. Y'all in the chat already calling it. She didn't want to emasculate him, but she just emasculated him. She just told all of us that this man, his equipment wasn't working. I'm tired. She could have stuck with health issues, Mia. She could have stuck with the health issues she said early in this direct examination. She definitely spiraling, baby. Done told everybody the man wasn't working. A limp noodle. It wasn't Erica, it wasn't. It had to be something else because it sounds like that wasn't working in 2020. So she's saying, ain't no way me and him was having a physical relationship during that time because it wasn't even working. God damn it. Okay.
Next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was a year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you go out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure I'm sure. Ooh, that's a very good question.
Yeah.
I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750
was my office.
Okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a living.
Wait, I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile, because it
The
was
restaurants were sterile environments?
a lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were.
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
Y'all. I'm eating fruit. Sorry, y'all. Did Fani just say they were sterile environments and followed up with a lot of times we would pick up and go in? Baby, she had to stop herself. That lady said we would pick up and go in. She started so bad, she just shut up talking. Y'all know how Miss Love does it. Started so bad, she just shut up talking.
Maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. You remember when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times.
I hope
I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020. But maybe I went to his office in 2020. Maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, I talked to. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes, no question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
Worse than Miss Love.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
His 50th birthday.
his 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
and you paid for it.
100%. He said, not only, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights.
Period.
I had a birthday luncheon for him. I
Okay.
paid for massages.
Yeah.
I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your credit?
Baby, she said, and for her man, she's gonna do her big one. I know that's right, Funny. Did y'all see that? She said, I paid for the baby. Funny said when it came to her man, she was not sparing nothing. I know that's right, Funny.
Paid for the cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about 4 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent.
Okay, let me say this. Let me just say this. If Fani were a rapper, a drug dealer, I would not be stopping this live to say, Fani, I call Cap. She wants me to believe she just walked around with $4,000. Like, I know people who keep cash. You may go out of town, you may take $1,500, but you typically put things on your credit card. At her age, her big age, all of this, she walking around with $4,000 in beliefs. Girl.
I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of your, my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that.
Funny thought he
Under
said
any
hoard.
circumstances to you or in.
All right, back on track.
The hoard, cash hoard debt.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
And the money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
so when you were at, what we said, the Yerty condo, during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, I want to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel if possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure.
Baby, I know Funny gotta feel like all of the witnesses they've called, because remember, several defense attorneys have the ability to question her. Y'all know how the witnesses feel on this YSL Rico case, baby. She's feeling it right now.
Good to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadow asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think if it's 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure. And I was honored and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
Y'all, when we get through watching this, remind me to tell y'all my feelings on dating married men, okay? And why I believe karma will always get you. Remind me to tell y'all that.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him besides this one?
Where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Let's say with the
I've been
exception
to
of
Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
but not Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to Australia. I do know he took a trip in December to Australia. I have.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You got
No idea, I don't know anything about that trip.
When Mr. Wade began working with your office,
Yes,
he had 2 other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
yes, Terrence Bradley worked for him and Chris Campbell worked not for him, they worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No.
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided?
And easy, I'm gonna touch and agree. I hope God sends you a woman like Fani. I hope you find one, brother.
Is there anything?
No.
Now, since you have been district attorney, the 2 gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I probably had 2. I don't.
I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testifying to this.
But I've had about 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer?
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how's that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question. And then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully, I
takes
need
us.
to.
Go ahead.
So Lee, the insinuation coming from the attorneys is that it was the county's money. That's why you hear them saying, "Can we see your instatements?" Yeah, Easy said he is looking for him a trick. That's why you see them asking, "Can we see your bank accounts? If we saw your bank accounts, would we see withdrawals from your bank accounts with this money?" That's the insinuation. They were using company. She was using company funds and things like that. That's why they want to see it.
The 2 gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay. So I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance.
Y'all know what aggressively hiring means to me. She wasn't taking her time to properly vet the people she was hiring. Aggressively hiring, I just feel like when you're just doing it, so you just got to get people in, mistakes are bound to happen.
Enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call the, so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases.
Okay, I have to pause because Shay, after this, we could move on over to, oh, y'all, it's 4:30. What time my games come on? We can move, well, not today. I ain't gonna say it today, but Shay, what we could do later tonight, we could watch the Senate hearing, because this is exactly why she had that subpoena she did not show up for on yesterday. They want the records. She will not open the records. She won't send them their records. She is refusing to show them the money. And that's a problem. She's a public official. This is a public office. Every citizen in Fulton County has a right to know where the money is going. Fani saying she does not want to show you the money. And that's a problem. I don't care what county you live in. If you have questions, I should be able to see, because when Fani doesn't own, it's not a private office, it's public office. Nothing that Fani does when it pertains to Fulton County is her private and personal business. She does not get to do that. She is supposed, y'all, this is like the Freedom of Information Act. And they did a records request, Ashley Merchant and her husband. When you start to understand politics, and I'm not saying I'm a pro, but what I am saying is I understand that's very basic. When it comes to a public office and a civil official, a public official, they swear an oath to you as citizens. She don't get to say, I don't want to show the money because I don't want to. You don't get to hide that from us. It's not your bank account. Peach, I done told y'all before, I've done a Freedom of Information Act with the IRS and got what I needed, because it's a government agency. So Fani doesn't get to say, I don't want to show y'all. And that's why Ashley Merchant, they're suing her, because she won't show them the money.
When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI, because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is
I just want to make a correction. Ashley is not running. Courtney Kramer is who is challenging Fani. And I think she has ulterior motives, but that's just my opinion. I'm not in Fulton County. I won't be voting for either of them, but that's my opinion. It's not Ashley. It's Courtney Kramer.
To go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look.
Lacey, you're right. 2 things can be true at the same time. Fani could be a fraud, and Ashley could have ulterior motives. 2 things can be true at the same time.
look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer.
Lacey, this is why I don't want to get into politics, because I don't like to get into like the black, white thing, but I am going to say that you'd rather a race baiter than a thief. I don't really see the difference. The Bible says no sin is greater than the next. So a race baiter over a thief, they're both wrong when you get through. They're both wrong. So, I mean, it's not like an apples and oranges type thing. When you get through, neither of those help Fulton County. Neither. A thief will not help Fulton County, and a race baiter will not help Fulton County. You know why? Because the thief is taking money away. That race baiter is they're running on false pretenses. And if you're a race baiter, what are you doing? You're trying to bait me in by using my race. Then when you get in office, then you forget me because you never were for me in the first place. So this is why I don't like to really get into politics and, you know, black, white. I don't like to get in that. We don't want either. We want someone who is for the people. When you look at a person, you don't see color. When you look at the money that's in the budget, you make sure that money is appropriately accommodated across the board. It's proportioned accurately. But this is why I try to, both are dangerous. This is why I try to I don't like to go into politics and all of that stuff. One, it's because I can talk about my beliefs, but I'm not as well versed when it comes to other people. So I don't like to go there. I like to keep this little we like to just focus on whatever it is we're talking about and not really bring other things into the flow of what we're talking about. So that's the only reason. But I mean, whether you harm someone with a knife or with a weapon or, you know, a GUN, you still harm the person. The person's still hurt when you get through.
That is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth.
Let's pause it. Come on, y'all. Let's get this. Let me charge my laptop now. What time? Now, y'all know I'm about to watch the game now. And I'm not drinking a Red Bull, so I'm not going to tell you I'm going to be on here till 2 a.m. Let me tell y'all. Let me see right now. Let me see what time my game come on. Missy, are you on here, Missy? You know what time the game come on? Thank you, Key. Yeah, I think Congress will issue a warrant for Lil D. Congress will issue. Lil D already in jail. Buffs come on at 7:30. Oh yeah, it come on at 7:30. So if my game come on at 7:30, probably go off about 10. It might go off about 10. So we can do like 10-1. We'll see. We'll see, guys. It needs to be some transparency. I agree, guys.
And then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I paid my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about.
Holly, give me your phone. Crack pipe, peace pipe. Holly, bring me your phone, friend.
$150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour. I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the two other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money, yes.
Miss J, before we get off, we're gonna take a poll. Are we gonna do Steele cross or we gonna watch that subpoena? My vote is for Steele's cross examination. It's like 2 hours. I think we should do that.
So to make money is a benefit.
Judge, that's all I got.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
I do have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. Do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up?
I don't know, Shay Shay. Yeah, my vote is okay. Yeah, we'll do second day. This seems like.
Good afternoon, Ms. Willis. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second? Well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right.
This must be in.
I'm referring now to exhibit number 21.
Yes, sir.
Which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you like don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look under there at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
Yeah, I think we need to make a distinction. There's like, I just saw you guys comments and you're saying, oh, her energy is different. So first of all, y'all have to understand with Ashley specifically, they were friends. And because of this case, their friendship is no more. So she already feeling like, yeah, because that was her friend. So y'all know she's not going to be the same with Ashley. And then the other man came in and Fani wasn't feeling him. But as their conversation progressed, because I think the judge kind of helped her out, she settled down. Isis, don't you go in that courtroom. She settled down. So now this man, as you can see, when he got to the podium, he was like, hey, I think this is our first time meeting each other, you know? So y'all, she is more relaxed with this man. Now we'll see if it stays this way, but I think we have to add some context to what I'm not finna play with Key. We have to add context to who's questioning her. We'd hate to have Love do how they did Woody and the Crucial. Listen, do you wait. In court, we'd hate to do Love. You know what? Bye, Key.
Yes, yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant, because I would not pay him back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips, I paid him back for. You know, I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up. And I would be less than honest that says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your reason for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100. But if we're doing...
Okay, let me help you guys understand why she's making that specification. When I worked for the Internal Revenue Service, guys, when you work in public office, they have like a code of ethics. Now, I know this isn't Fulton County, but how she's trying to say, well, I mean, we did go out to eat and, sometimes he paid and it went over $100. You cannot have more than $100 within a specified time frame, and typically it's a year. Typically it's a year. So that is kind of why she's saying that. Oh, he bought food. He gifted you more gifts of more than $100 within a year.
Tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the
the
question.
aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did not receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. McDougal, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
I think,
Okay. Mr. Rice.
I think it's going to end up with you.
Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
That's why I love y'all. Y'all on the same game. Why y'all think she keeps trying to holler out she gave that man his money back? Come on now. She's not crazy. It's not just about, oh, I'm a woman. I got to show him I can do my... No. She has to say she gave him that money back.
A few questions here. You saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to just tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right. What exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that
evidentiary contribution.
Oh, no, Renee. Look, I have to say this about Miss Love. Fani is very smart. Now, she might do some dumb but Fani is very smart. It's very evident how she's answering these questions. She is clear. We learned this through the YSL trial about making the record. Fani is very, very strategic in making sure she makes this record. So Fani is very smart. So I hope we're not, no. We may not like her answers because we're trying to get to the bottom of it just like the other lawyers are. But Fani is very smart, baby. No, ma'am. Why do you think she keep bringing up the fact she gave that man his money back? I turned 50 and I was alone. I was being threatened. I had to move. Baby, Fani she's strategic.
Here, to this. Now,
well, I guess you're tendering it. Is it with position of the state?
I'm going to object to the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this point.
Yes, Lisa.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her with prior statements?
Yes, Your Honor. And statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire...
Pro football has gone international, and the world's most fun...
Baby, y'all better say that. Oh, shit. Hold up, y'all. Hold on. Where were we at? Not him. Oh, it's finna go off. My bad, y'all. I accidentally clicked off of it.
This particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this.
Okay.
To the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual.
Oh no, y'all know y'all tired of me. Lacey, let me tell you something. Miss Love is very, very smart. Miss Love has a damn engineering degree. She went to law school. She has, I think she might be a double major. I'll have to get that information. But Miss Love is very smart. I agree with other attorneys in their assertion that Miss Love is intentionally playing dumb in our face. She's doing things intentionally to cause this ruckus that she's causing because of the case and them not having the case. Miss Love ain't dumb by a long shot.
Evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So,
Well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would.
It's marked as Exhibit 22, and I'll let you.
Hold on.
We'll move from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now Kirby, let me tell you. I don't know what coins you think I'm getting, Kirby, but I'm not getting enough coins to pay for this. Pay for YouTube with no ads. And when I suggested it with my people over here back when I first started, maybe about 3 weeks ago, they said, Mel, you ain't got to pay for them ads. We good. So I said, you know what? I'm not paying for those ads. I don't know if you knew here, girl, but I got a baby that goes to college. And unfortunately, she chose to go out of state. So, child, I do pay her tuition. So, Melanie ain't got the coins for YouTube with no ads. I don't know what kind of money y'all think I'm making on you on this stuff. But, child, it's not enough for me to be paying for YouTube with no ads yet. But when it gets there, I promise I got you.
Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant.
Ms. Merchant did.
Asked me some questions, yes.
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in the sit down?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No.
Was it? She answered how many interviews she gave in her opinion.
How many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
That's why I love y'all. We good
total?
right now.
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between.
No, Lacey.
Definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay. But you also were telling when they were the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen that.
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I had no.
And then I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with
her. Hold on just a second. Because Nat Kirby, you count my pockets. But let me tell you for real. I thought it was 1,000 subs as well on YouTube, but it's not. It's 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. I do have it on my to-do list to sit down and actually understand the 4,000 watch hours, but I haven't gone there yet, which is why I'm doing my best to build my YouTube platform up. But in case you kind of new here, baby, I'll just tell you again, Kirby, Melanie has not, let me see, I did work, but let me see, didn't really work for the month of July or some shit like that. I don't know. So you're looking at somebody who, whatever money that I make right now, I do have bills, girl, outside of this. And let me tell you, YouTube with no ads is not a bill that I'm about to take on, especially when my people good. So I don't know if I'm close, Lacey. I don't know if I'm close to getting monetized over here on YouTube. Honestly, I need to figure that out. I just kind of get over here and chill, y'all. I get over here and chill with y'all. But yes, it's 4,000 watch hours. But I get over here and chill with y'all. But I mean, if y'all know something, I don't know about YouTube, please let me know. But right now, yeah, I don't think I'm there. I'm not monetized on YouTube over here. Yeah, I'm figuring this out. Yeah, I'm figuring this out over here. I'm sure. I thought it was, no, it's not, Lacey. I literally just checked it. It's 4,000 watch hours. Baby, Crone, just let it play. When you're doing homework at night, leave us playing, watching. Shan, that's a good statement. They did change the rules, guys. They did change the rules on YouTube. So at some point, some point, like I got to figure out the subscriptions. This is why I'm telling y'all now, people who want to do content, y'all figure this shit out before y'all have a situation like mine where it come from nowhere and you like really trying to figure stuff out as it goes. I told y'all the type of person I am. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn all of this stuff as I go, and I go to school full time. So think about the fact I'm watching a YSL trial from 9 till 6, and then I'm trying to still go live to interact with everyone. Then I still have to do homework. So I have to still find time to learn these rules and kind of get that together. So that's why I want to do the content group, so y'all don't go through this when it's y'all time to do this. Baby, you're gonna be rocking and rolling. Y'all are gonna be rocking and rolling. Thank you, Key. Thank you, Key. And I don't want to be sitting in the dark, baby. It'll tell you how many hours you have. I would do that, y'all. It was him. Oh, thank y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm finna go back to it.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then
No. It could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged, and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
correct. Well, I think it clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to the personal interest in terms of the finances.
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Okay, I just
didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than I want to focus on when you were telling them about your financial straits and you're living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Gillen, we covered that at length. And you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, and let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
That's not what I'm telling you, sir. That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more. But that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000. And he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas.
Baby, Fani says she be out here hustling. Fani be out here hustling. Y'all heard Fani? Fani said I might go and they want $300. I say I ain't got number $150 and they take that money from me. I know that's right.
Almost $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken, and it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked. His 50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No,
Your Honor,
and
I'd
so
like to get back to some questions here.
I'm trying to answer it.
I think it would help if we.
So let's move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time.
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than.
We have already covered this. So I need to get to that point. I know you're laying the foundation, but it's already been laid. So
the filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be $2,000. It could be $1,500. It could be $7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Honor.
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to-
Willis.
we need
Let's
to
get
cut
to-
off the
Let's get to a
internet.
question, Mr. Gill.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property. Is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my
You
property.
didn't have a tax lien on your property.
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt.
Cumulative, Your Honor.
Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Gillen. I need new.
Yeah, they bringing up Fani's taxes because they said, baby, you got all this cash in at the house. You could have paid your tax bill. And they ain't lying.
I hear it.
I'm asking the question. I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax lien.
Then ask that question.
But not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay her tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was going to build on that to say.
No more building. It's already built.
All right.
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put the top on it if you need to,
It's the
okay?
same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
Well, now, have you ever used, did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
When I would pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
What is Cash App for the record?
I don't need to know that for the record. Let's keep going.
So, if you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you paying, allegedly paying Mr.
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App.
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
Because there would be a record in Cash App when you're making payments, correct?
Yes, but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts, but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I did not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different, I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to...
I'm about to pause it right now. Hold on just a second. Y'all, because Fani ticking me off. Let me see. No free tickets, y'all. She can't have no personal gifts are allowed. Like, y'all, so I'm looking over the what is this called? This is the Atlanta. This is gifts and gratitudes. It literally says on here that these type gifts are not allowed. So I'm just not sure why she would get on this stand and say she doesn't know this to be fact. Yeah, it's literally on the website. Hey, everybody that's just joining, it says a prohibited source is any person, because you guys remember, it said prohibited source, okay? They said, was it your understanding that Mr. Wade was a prohibited source, okay? A prohibited source is any person, company, or entity that is doing business with the city, in her case, the county, seeking to do business with the city, county, actively promoting or opposing city legislation, has a matter pending before a city or agency, is registered as a lobbyist with the State of Ethics Commission, or has interests that could be substantially affected by the performance of the employee's official duties. It can also include nonprofit organizations, city partners, and city partners. Mr. Wade was definitely a prohibited source. He was definitely a prohibited source. And she knew that. For her to sit here as the district attorney of Fulton County and say that she doesn't understand if he was a prohibited source. I mean, we're gonna go back to she's trying to she's trying to cover for herself. Yeah, but this one right here, easy, y'all. Contract partner. Yes, that's why she was hiding in that condo, Lacey.
Lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year I paid.
Prohibited source means.
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougall.
Well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
It's already, the
okay.
questions have been made.
Then your 2022 disclosure form
You can't leave.
did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. There's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary.
Ladies on the chat, did y'all just hear what she said? The nature of their relationship. What did she say? Friendship and companionship? Ain't that the nature of most relationships? Like, she said that to say what? Companionship and friendship? She said all that to say what? That's the nature of most people's relationship when it comes to the opposite sex. And with companionship and friendship can also come intimate relationships. You can also be intimate within those relationships. So, child, bye, Fani.
Documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him back.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. There's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them.
I just gotta pause it and say, lady, she did not play those words well.
Where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him back.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about becoming last is most of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the time period between February of 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis that'll take more than 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, y'all. We were not supposed to go there, but that was a good one. That one was a good one. That was a good one. I didn't expect it to be as good as it was, but when I say I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. I feel like I learned a lot about Fani. as a person just by watching that. And I definitely understand Miss Love now. I understand Miss Love a lot now. I understand her a lot more. And why she acts the way she acts, why she feels she can do the things that she does, is because of who her boss is. And if she goes to her boss and say, girl, let me tell you what happened, blah, 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 Fani is not going to give a damn because she acts the same way. She acts the same way. Fani acts exactly. Listen, she acts the same way. Shan, I don't know what they're gonna do. I think they're waiting because I believe, most of the prosecutors in here, they have to try it. At least Miss Hilton was there doing the plea deal when they were trying to get them to sign plea deals. But y'all, this I'm glad we watched it. I am happy that we watched it because hold on, y'all. Watching. Testify. Hold on, y'all. Okay, they told me I needed to update this, so I was updating this. She just, I think what I was most disappointed in is just outright playing stupid. I get y'all saying, oh, she had to do this. Some stuff she could have just said. Some stuff I really would have wished she just went ahead and been honest about. She could have just been honest about some of this stuff. Character is awful. Exactly. The fruit does not fall far from the tree. So what happens to every other case in Fulton? Like, it has to be so many cases that they are very backed up. And you have to think about, some of the attorneys are stuck on this case as well. Yo, go back and watch the hearing. And his crew came to town. Okay, Kate, I'll make sure I put that on my list. Renee, who you said why she was fighting for her livelihood? Are you talking about Fani? Renee, are you talking about Fani? Because I want to make sure before I answer. So Renee, here's the thing for me with Fani and watching that particular piece. I do think there's a way she could have taken accountability and owned up to some of her mistakes and not flat out lied. She could, the condo thing, I'm not really talking about that. My biggest problem is her not knowing about that $100. That's my biggest problem. That's something I think she could have explained differently. To sit up there and say you didn't know, that's what rubbed me the wrong way. Renee, she wasn't going to tell the truth, but she knows, clearly we've seen from her testimony, she knows how to add some finesse in it. She is a politician, but listen, she lied about everything else. That little part pisses me off because I know she knew better. The trips, we know she lied, but it is what it is. I get why she's saying it. When it came to those restaurants, I just wish she finessed it a better way. To get up there and say she didn't know, it's just that was lazy. I didn't expect much, Renee, because hell, I'm cool on the money part. Renee said lying is a part of the job, and there is the problem. There is the problem. I think that's listen, we're gonna talk about it. That's the problem. If you want me to be okay with all of her lies, I'm simply saying I'm not okay with all of her lies. Renee, you don't have to say, but I love the content. We just having conversation. I'm not I'm not offended by having conversation, girl. We cool. But what I'm saying is that particular part, I just wish she would have chosen a different route. You know, I got to be okay with all of it because hell, it's not me. You know, you got to be I can't do nothing but be okay with it. I'm just saying for me, I didn't like that part because there's no way she wants us to believe as a seasoned attorney and you've been working in public office that you didn't know that. I just wish you would have dressed that lie up better. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I wish you would have dressed that one up better. You know, that's all I'm saying. That one just, I mean, even as a realtor, okay, we have ethics we have to adhere to when it comes to buying things for clients as well. So I just wish she would have dressed that one up better. I wasn't messing with it. Could have said she don't recall. She could have. You might be right. You might be right, y'all. She could have. There's so much, but that's just my thoughts on it. I thought Fani's body language throughout. They said liars don't get caught lying. Let us stay a couple days at Rice Street. Yeah, I think it does. I'm gonna say when y'all get through, that lady knew that relationship was wrong. She knew it was dead wrong. It's not a bone in my body that thinks Fani thought that relationship was okay. I want to know the same thing, Erica. Are they still married? Are they still married? Is a great question. Yeah, Renee, exactly. And Renee, she knew it was wrong. She knew it was wrong. So I do understand her trying to save face. That just one thing bothered me because it's such a small thing that, baby, she could have really said he never bought me he never paid for my lunches, or I don't remember who was paying for lunch. I would have taken that answer better. Oh, this is my story on Date Married Men. I feel like I feel like there's a certain type of karma that comes with dating married men. I know someone who dated a man for 20 years before they got married to him. And once they got married to this person, within 5-6 years of them being married, his wood stopped working. And within about 8 to 10 years of being married, he was ill and he ended up getting like dementia. And when he had dementia, he would call the new wife the old wife's name. And I always say that was karma. I always say that was karma for all of that happening because that's just I just think it's karma, baby. It'll come back. It may not come like right when you're doing it, but it will. But I feel that same way with karma with anything that you do. A lot of people talk about these defendants on trial for the YSL case, and if they've done the things that people say that they've done, karma's gonna come. Hell, it may be karma that they're sitting there for 2 years and this case is going the way it is. So I believe karma will take care of you. But that marriage situation, every time I think about that person and their relationship, I always say, I think it was karma. Because how do you be with a person for over 20 years? You guys get married within 5 years. That stuff don't work. No intimacy. Well, I'm not going to say no intimacy that way anymore. And then they get sick and then you have to suffer being called the first wife's name. Ugh. It will get you now or later. So yeah, that's my story and why I do my best to not like, I don't like to like dabble in stuff like that. I don't have to have it, baby. It's a lot of men out here. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like I haven't dated a married man before. I dated a guy for a while. And like one day my friend like looked him up and she's like, girl, did you know he was married? I'm like, no, y'all never knew this. And then he told me this story, like, hey, I married this person for citizenship. And I believed it for a while, but I cry when I found out because I feel like you put me in a position where I went against my morals unknowingly. And I don't like that. So I tell people you treat people right and always be honest because you don't want to put people in a position to where they're doing something that had they known they would not do. Yanelli, let them go right now. No. Yanelli, let me tell you, when I had my daughter, I was dating this guy. And I was young too. I was like crazy about this dude. And his baby mama would call and play on my phone. His son was like 2. My sister said, if she's acting like that, they still date. And child, Rara know what she be talking about because that man was still dating that woman. So I do not agree. When people have newborns, I let them work it out. And at 37 years old, if you around here with a newborn, then please don't call my phone because I'm gonna tell you right now, my daughter is about to be 19. My son is about to be 13. I do not have little babies. And at my age, I don't want to spend my weekends on your visitation weekend keeping a newborn. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Right, Kiana, tell my girl, pack them bags and go. You don't want to do that. It is hard to date a divorced man when you are both divorced. Sometimes people hold on to bitterness from their marriage. They do. That can happen. Baby, Yanela, get that family back together, baby. That baby needs to be raised in a 2-parent household. No. Had this. Oh, Tay, listen. I love that my kids, like, y'all, I gotta whisper. Don't tell my son I said this, but I love that my son live with his daddy right now. I do. My son living with his father and Mariah being at college is kind of giving me the time to find Melanie and find what I want out of life because so much of my life has been based around my children. So I've been a mom since I was 18 years old. I have never in the last 18 years not had to wake up and make sure kids get into school. Like, baby, love them kids to death, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I like this little life. I like going to Chick-fil-A and getting me a number 1 and they like, is that it? Yes, ma'am, that's it. Now, Key, I ain't got there yet. I haven't got there yet, but I'm gonna tell you this, Key. I told y'all one day. Y'all remember when Melvin was in the kitchen making the eggs? I told y'all the day it happened. I'm gonna let y'all know. No, I told you I'm gonna let y'all know when that does happen because that I don't believe in like letting me personally. I don't believe in like allowing men to spend the night at your house if it's not like a serious situation. Just because I have kids, I definitely never wanted my son to see different men walking in and out of my house. So I can count on one hand how many people came to, and I've been in Atlanta for 8 years now, who have come to my house. Really like one person with my kids there. And baby, you got to wake up for them kids get up to go to school. You got to wake up for them kids to go to school. I'm not having it. First at 19, she's 32 and 25. Yep, my little girl. If y'all see me with my daughter, like that's my little bestie. My little girl, baby, was she down for a Target run? She down like it's baby. My little girl is that's my baby. I prayed when I found out I was pregnant. my daughter, we were talking about this the other day. I wanted an abortion. I had all these scholarships to go to colleges. And I told her I went to the abortion clinic. I don't know if they still do this, but y'all know how they would be outside picketing. They had big signs and everything. So I got in there. I did a project in 10th grade about abortion. And I tell my daughter all the time, baby, that thing saved your life. Because when I was in that clinic, y'all, all I could see in my head was them sucking the babies out like a vacuum. And I just kept thinking, Lord, I don't want to do that to my baby. Lord, I don't want to do that to my baby. Like I just couldn't stop thinking about that. And I just couldn't do it. I tell Mariah all the time, baby, you better thank Miss Bennett for having me do that project in 10th grade because it saved your little life. Y'all, it saved. She did a TikTok and she was like, Mama dance. I looked up, child. The TikTok said when your mama wanted to abort you but couldn't go through with it. I said, listen, Mariah, let's not do that. Let's not do that, Mariah. So listen, I know somebody whose son is 5 and their baby's probably mad. I'm not gonna bash people who do it. That's just not something I'm with ISIS. Here's the thing. It's because what if I'm asleep and somebody like creeps into my kid's room? Like, no. So, if we being honest, I'm gonna tell y'all what really took the cake. My son's dad, when we broke up, my friend was at my house one day and I had on some shorts. And I told you I got a little butt. So I had on some shorts. Baby, he pulled up with my baby. My baby was probably 3. Baby, he called me everything but a child of God. He was mad we weren't together. And it hurt my feelings because he said it in front of my son. I vowed that day my son would never see me in any type of situation where he could substantiate his father calling me a HOE. Like, you weren't going to do that. So that was another reason you're not coming in my house. I wanted my son to look at me differently. And Ash, if I call my daughter right now and ask her something, when I tell you, she does not let me live down the fact that I almost had an abortion. She will not. Yes, my Get It Girl shorts. Child, my baby is not finna let me down. Jay, you sound like me. Oh, you about to go? Because, baby, if my kids wake up at 7 o'clock to go to school, baby, you best be out of my house by 6:10. Because my son, what if he wake up early? Yeah, no. That's just me personally. But I like the fact that I like not being like, I'm a mama. I talk to my kids every day. But y'all, I love it. I love this little life. In a minute, I really want to go to Colorado. I'm thinking of like November, December, staying in Colorado for a month because I can just do stuff like that. I can just do stuff like that. Had my first child at 36. Oh, okay. Is this Sheree? I'm a single parent of a 7-year-old, and I love this chapter in my life. You know what, Sheree? I love that you had your child when you were 36. Most of my friends who've had kids older, the one thing I got up on them, y'all almost 40 with them little bitty kids. Knees bad. How y'all gonna run them around the park? See, I done been there, done it. That's the only joke I make with them. But I do feel like when you're older, you are more, you're more stable, and you can give your kids a lot more too. Don't worry, I'd be on my mama too. She said when she found out she was pregnant, it was too late to get one. Key, I was trying to hide it from my mama. Y'all, Rara took me, and I just could not do it. I was crying. And I look at my daughter every day. I look at my baby every day, and I'm so happy that I did not do that. Because I love my little girl so much. And when I found out I was pregnant, I was going to keep it. I was praying for a little girl. I just feel like, oh, it's going to be so much easier. She's going to be like my little friend. And Mariah has been everything that I feel like I could have asked for when I wanted a daughter. Like, she down for whatever I'm down for, baby. My little girl is she down for it. You 20 years older than your little sister? What was your mama thinking? What was your mama thinking? Jay, I know that's right. The one before you, after you went. Wait a minute. I had her 1 month after college graduation. Hey, Daisy. Wait a minute. Shaniqua. Okay, Shaniqua. I had to put them ages into some context. I had to put them ages into context for a minute. Girl, bye, Key. Key, I had to put them ages into some context, y'all. I feel like as parents, we sacrifice a lot for our children. And sometimes in those sacrifices, we lose ourselves or we give up on our dreams. So I really be trying to take this time, baby, to kind of figure out what is it that Melanie wants, because I'm not tied down to, oh, I gotta live here because I want to be in a certain school district. I'm not tied down to that anymore. So I love that. Yeah, Ice is very ghetto. Because what, 20 years older? Mm-mm. I thought I wanted another baby. Yeah, Erica, you know what I did? I love babies, y'all. I'm like, I'm the good auntie. I watch the kids. I love being that person. My nephew had my niece when she just turned 5. Baby, she was the perfect thing for me. He had her 2019, so it was right before COVID hit. Baby, I practically raised that baby. I would have her every day. They always knew that so I had lost. Yeah, they always knew like Melanie would keep the baby. That's all I needed right there. That baby. That's all I needed right there. Oh, Isis, I did see you just had a baby. Now, Shan, Mr. Matthews, he's married. But yeah, I was good. Once I had my niece, they had my niece, child, like that's all I needed, because guess what? TT can send her right on back home. I'm a single mom and only get a break when they're at school, but I'm working. Steph, you got to find some kind of time for yourself. I don't know what that looks like, but you got to find time for yourself, even if it's like your bath time. Child, I got a picture. My little boy, he was breastfed. Child used to sit on the toilet while I'm taking a bath. Didn't get out of my bed till he was damn near 9. Like he would sleep in his room, but I wake up, he on the end of the bed or something like that. Them breastfed babies are different and develop a lot of wisdom that's prepared me for this 7-year-old. I don't want relationships at this time or nothing. I like that, Sheree. I'm very much at peace with my life right now. When your little one wants to bathe with you, tell them get out. Erica, that's all y'all need for y'all in here. Tell me y'all got baby fever. Just go find somebody with a baby. And there you go. Oh, Lee, you have a little baby. You know what? Y'all, breastfeeding was one of, like, I thought I wasn't going to like it. Tried it with Mariah for like 2 weeks and then stopped. When it came to LJ, we breastfed for 9 months. He was classified as failure to thrive. Like he was 8 pounds, 7 ounces. But by 5 months, I noticed that he started getting skinny. And he was eating and breastfeeding. But what would happen sometimes is he would throw up, but it would like gush out of his mouth, y'all. And we figured out that his milk was getting stuck in his lungs. So he was like a silent aspirator. So really my baby would be choking and I didn't know it. And so that's why he would throw up. We ended up just having to add thickener to his milk. And then that was better. But then he developed eczema. I didn't know what I was eating that was causing him to break out. He was too young to get the test. So I just stopped at 9 months. But yeah, I enjoyed it, y'all. Isis, ain't nobody having no kids. We not gonna have you in this chat messing people up. Yeah, I enjoyed breastfeeding my son. It wasn't I don't know, y'all. It's that, you know how they say like that bonding, like the baby looking in your eyes. My son could smell me walking in the house. Like he was smelling me. He could smell me. I could open the door and his babysitter and he would just start crying. He knew I was there. And immediately he want milk. Yeah, it was y'all, his skin is beautiful now. His skin is beautiful now. He has outbreaks sometimes, but like y'all, my baby eczema got so bad one time. This lady, I'll never forget it. She asked me, "What's wrong with your baby?" And I'm normally nice, baby. I cussed that lady clean out. You don't walk up to somebody and ask them that because it was on his face. But now his skin is beautiful. It's really, really pretty now. It's really, really beautiful. My son couldn't latch because of his condition, so I exclusively pump or watching people struggle. I was sad when we stopped breastfeeding, but I understood that it was something that had to be done. I feel like my second pregnancy, my son, I was 25. His dad and I were together. We lived together. It was a beautiful pregnancy. It was, but with my son's pregnancy, that's when I learned that's when I learned about racism in healthcare. Like I didn't really understand it until years later when it became so popularized. And then I started thinking about my experience with my son. And it just I don't want to say it was racism. I think I always tell this story that I always tell this story, y'all. When I had Mariah, I got to 7 centimeters. If y'all just join it, we are no longer talking about what it says. We're here talking about being a mama. I told y'all I was like 7 centimeters with Mariah. I didn't feel anything, like no pain for real. And I said, just go give me the epidural because I don't want to get further along and then I can't take it. So when I got pregnant with LJ, I'm remembering that moment. I'm like, I was 7 centimeters. I wasn't really in pain. 3 more centimeters shouldn't be that bad. So I told myself I would have a natural birth. So I bought this book and it came with like a CD with water waves, ocean sounds, rain sounds to help you during childbirth. I went to Lamar's classes, all of that, y'all. So I didn't even read the book for real, but it said you should picture the ocean and find peace. So I told myself, I'm going to find the peace. You know, I didn't really read the book. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So I got induced with LJ. When full 40 weeks, I'm sitting there, I'm waiting to be induced, and I started feeling something. And I was like, oh, it sounds like, I was like, this. I told my baby's auntie, can you get your watch? I want to know if this is a contraction. Let me see if it's happening at a regular moment. And they was like 10 minutes apart. And I said, oh, I'm contracting. Child, when they start getting 5 minutes apart, I was really feeling them. I was trying to breathe myself through it. Baby, that was not working. So I started getting up walking. At this point, they was 7 minutes, then it went to 5. Let me tell y'all something. Isis, I want my money back for that book and that CD. Because whatever ocean they told me to find, I never found that damn ocean. LJ's 13 years old and I'm still looking for that ocean. I never found the ocean. When I tell y'all, I was in that room crying. Y'all, I was holding on to the bed like this. LJ daddy laughed. Y'all, LJ daddy laughed when I tell you I cussed him clean out. He was quiet the whole rest of the time. I said all that to say, don't be trying to prepare for a natural childbirth on your own because I told you I didn't read the book. And here I am. That boy finna be 13 in October and the ocean has never found me. Never. Kiana, I was supposed to be in Turks and Caicos. Baby, I was on Cleveland Avenue. Never got there. Never made it. Y'all never made it. Never made it. So let me tell you, Isis ain't an ocean in sight. Do you hear me? Key, Todd need to give me my money back. Y'all always laugh at that story because It's so true. Every childbirth is different. With both of them, Isis, I was in labor like 5 hours. Listen, Cass had me on Cleveland. I never made it to Turks and Caicos, y'all. I will never tell a person to go get you a midwife, someone who can properly coach you, okay? Don't try to do it on your own like me. See, that's that Aries in me. Hey, Capture, that is that Aries in me thinking that I can do everything. And so my sister, baby, Rara don't play. My Rara cussed them out. And she's like, where's her epidural? Because it had been like 2 hours, 3 hours. And when they gave it to me, I think they gave me too much medicine, y'all. I was so weak, I could not hold my baby. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember at some point, like, I was kind of faint, but it was a lot of doctors standing over me. My sister said my blood pressure had dropped really, really low. And that is scary. That was very scary because I don't know where that came from, but I don't think I could hold LJ for like a day because I was shaking so bad from the epidural and stuff. And see, you know what? It's people like this that really bother my soul. Do y'all see that coming? I had my baby natural. I slept through the labor. Y'all see that coming? After I'm sitting here talking about I couldn't find an ocean. Child. Kiana, Lawrence, let me tell you something. Lawrence, that's LJ's dad. Lawrence was quiet the whole rest of that childbirth until it was time to push. Baby, I cussed him clean out because I'm in pain. He said, babe, what is you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Child, what are you laughing at? It was nothing funny. It was nothing funny, baby. So Big Lawrence didn't play with me. Vaginal after C-section, but my boy's 16 now. Child, Erica, I don't want to deal with you. Baby, I cuss Lawrence clean out because I still don't see what's funny. Key, the whole room was quiet. Nobody said a word after that. I mean, can y'all believe that? He said, I'm over here. I like, what's funny? What is funny? Like, I remember when I had Mariah, Rara was there with me, and she was supposed to be my partner, y'all. They get ready to push. She holler out, whew, anybody else in here hot? Baby, the doctor said, ma'am, please sit down before you faint. She was no help at all. No help at all. Daraja was no help at all. Hey, Shay. I went 8 hours, and that was from the time I started. Yeah, I got there about like noon. And I think I had LJ at 5. Mariah, I got there at 6 a.m., got there about 12. So yeah. It could be real. It could be, because I was trying to sleep. Now, let me tell y'all, do y'all remember Baby Center? The epidural, I was 9 centimeters. Oh, God. I know that's right, Isis. So cute. My niece, mama, y'all used to watch Baby Center when I was pregnant. And so I started to really like seeing people have babies. I mean, it's still fascinating to me. So my sister, Riri, I went with her when she had my niece. Boring. I mean, like 3 pushes and she was done. I told her, I said, this it. It was boring. But that 5-year-old mama, oh, baby, she did not disappoint. Baby, it was drama from the time she got in that room to the time she had that baby. She yelled at them nurses, get this baby out of me. That was an interesting childbirth. That baby, she brought the entertainment when she had my niece. Now that was a childbirth I can remember. My sister Riri was so boring. I'm talking 3 pushes. Here go the baby. I said, this is it. I needed more. But oh, that 5-year-old baby. That 5-year-old was everything I needed, y'all. That was an interesting childbirth right there. And I mean, when I tell y'all she was in there giving, She was cussing them doctors out. My poor nephew. Oh, my poor nephew. She cussed him out bad. Oh, she was cussing him out bad. She was very much, even with the epidural, she wanted that baby out of her. That was interesting. I'm happy that they let me in the room when she had that baby. Tay, she had some adversity, baby. That baby gave her some adversity. Hey, everybody that's joining, y'all. We are no longer talking about nothing. We about to get off of here. Actually, we just in here chit chatting at this point. But yeah, I mean, I'm telling, childbirth is an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing, and I don't think oh, Cash, you got 9 sisters? Yep, you sound like me. I have no brothers, so my cousins we're very close. My male cousins. Key, she was in pain. She cussed everybody out. That girl, when I tell, baby, that was an interesting childbirth. Oh, that was an interesting childbirth. You grabbed the. Hold on, Cass. How many of y'all is it? 7 sisters. Y'all know what? See, y'all look at Erica. What part was painful? Was it the contractors? Y'all know Erica slept through all her pain. She said, I'm never doing this again. There was a woman who did a TikTok. It went viral. And she posted herself like saying something about childbirth and what she thought it was going to be. And then herself on the stretcher screaming for dear life. It's 15 of y'all. Wow. Same mama, same daddy, or how does it work, Cass? She said on my daddy's side. I know that's right. Oh, your daddy had 5 wives. Makes sense. My dad had 3. Oh, Isis. Well, Isis, you made it to 9 centimeters before you got that epidural. So listen, okay. He had 5 wives. My father had 3. So it's 3. There are 3 sets of kids with my dad. And think I have 2 each set has 2 girls except me. I'm the only one that from my mom. Oh, Lanique said, Lanique, that's interesting. I don't think I've heard that before. I'm pregnant with my first child and I'm so nervous about giving birth. Don't be nervous, Nick. I think as long as you prepare yourself, you'll be good. Everybody different. Erica was asleep, having contractions, and she was asleep. So don't be nervous. Everybody's experience is different. My first child, about having kids, she was one and done. Yeah, don't be like both of my kids. The pregnancies, I had them within 5 and 6 hours, but the experience was different. Everybody's experience is going to be different. He was on full blast. Oh, you had a winner, baby. Oh, yeah, you'll be just fine. Congratulations. You're going to be just fine, girl. Don't let us scare you in here. Everybody's experience is different. Nick, you like, I don't know if they still do the babysitter thing, but girl, I was excited to read those things every week about how my baby was growing, how the baby was developing on top of going to the visits. Child, I'm telling you, I watched people have babies all the time when I was pregnant. So that's how you prepare. Prepare yourself mentally for understanding that now you're going to be responsible for another life. And, I don't know what your life is like, but trying to make sure that things are in order in your life to ensure that baby gets the best part of you. As a parent, they say I'd rather have a baby than a toothache. Oh, God, no. As a parent, I think it's important to understand that it's your first time being a parent. You're not going to get everything right the first time. But as long as you acknowledge when you mess up with your kids, I think that's so important. I'm very much that mom. Erica, then this might explain it. They said get the meds early. My last baby was different. She was born premature, 4 pounds, leaving the hospital. Now she's 7 months. Yes. Oh, that's good, Shaniqua. But yeah, as long as you as a parent, guys, you got to acknowledge, baby, when you make mistakes with your kids. Just because they're kids does not mean they're not owed respect. They're not owed the same courtesy you give to an adult. And I, like my kids, we're very big on that. We talk for real. My son gets on I know I get on his nerves, baby, because he's a boy. He don't want to talk. But baby, you're gonna talk to me. If you're feeling down about something, I want to know why. I want to know what can I do as your mom to change whatever you're going through or support you? How can I help you in that situation? I think that's important for kids. Kimberly, if you don't mind me asking, are you African American? What's your race? I'm asking that for a reason. I just saw a study. The fact that you requested a C-section and they gave it to you. I just saw a study that African American women have been. A study has been found that said African American women were provided C-sections when they did not need them. Okay. That's why I asked that. The study just came out. I just read it 2 days ago, and one of my cousins has had 4. They said they provided these C-sections to boost their operating costs. All the time. Erica, that's it, baby. Like, I was talking to my nephew. He said something like, get it out the mud or something like that. I said, who? Like, I grew up as a child. I didn't have everything I wanted, but I always had everything I needed. The one thing that I wish I could have had with my mom as I got older, we had this like friendship, y'all. I wish I could have had that more as a kid. I think I wish I could have had that more as a child. Something else, like I always tell parents, your child, you should be the first person your child hears tell them you love them and you're beautiful. Growing up, my mother never told me I love you. I knew my mama loved me, but she never said it. My mama, when I became older, my mama would say stuff like, it's like everybody in my family, they call me Black Beauty. Well, 2 of my cousins and my grandmama started saying it. And I tell you, your baby should hear that from you all the time. And you have to be sure that you're making sure your kids hear those words of affirmation, that you put that confidence in them. And then, like my daughter just told me recently, when she was in middle school, she felt like she was awkward looking and, Mom, I thought I was awkward. I didn't think I was pretty. And I'm like, girl, I've been telling you pretty as hell from day one. But kids are still gonna go through what they go through. But now she just feels like it builds character. That's something she went through in middle school. But you have to be able to pour life into your kids. Because if you continue to pour life into them, nobody will be able to take it away. And although, like, I grew up in Memphis, so you got to grow up with some thick skin. I feel like when I was younger, I needed to hear my mom say, you're beautiful. I needed to hear my mom say, I love you. Like, I'm very big on that. Now I tell my friends that a lot. And people in general, because sometimes people need to hear that. But yeah, you gotta be that person to say it to your kids. Child, I look at my daughter, she'll get on FaceTime. I'm like, oh my God, you're so pretty. I tell my son, you're so handsome. And I'm going to be that person. Oh yeah, they don't like to hug either, y'all. Tatiana, it's annoying because most of us didn't grow up with that. You know, a lot of us did not grow up with it. Erica, she sounds like Mariah. Jamie, you know, Memphis is not the easiest place, baby. Memphis different. My son is in Memphis now, Jamie, and it's different from him being in Atlanta. So I have to do a lot of reassurance with him because his mindset is just not the same as a kid who grows up in like inner city Memphis, and he goes to Bellevue, girl. He goes to Bellevue, child. Isis, you gotta hug him anyway. Y'all have got to do that. Like I grew up dark skinned. I'm not trying to start a colorism topic in here. I'm talking about me. This is my experience. I grew up dark skinned. My mom was very, very light. My sister's like brown skin. I always thought they were so pretty. When you grow up and you don't see people who look like you, I never thought I was an ugly child. I just wanted to look like my mama. You get what I'm saying? Like I wanted to look like my mama. No, I'm not my mom's only child. I wanted to look like my mama so much. And so it took, when I got in 9th grade, I started like, I met my godmother. Girl, she's 6 feet dark skin with a big butt, okay? That lady poured into me. I tell her all the time it's her fault that I'm just, baby, I have the confidence I have. She introduced me to mascara, just doing little different things with my makeup, like the attitude that I have. It came from her. My mom was very homely to me. Like my mama was a suits kind of girl. Not, I got to have my nails done. I got to be cute. I got to be like, my mama didn't go out as much as I can remember. Y'all, my mama was a church woman. So I didn't get that from my mom. But baby, my godmama turned me up. Yes, like my godmother turned me up. So hold up, this is my friends. Yeah, my godmother turned me up and she gave me confidence. And every little girl, every boy, they need a woman or a man in their life who's going to consistently pour into them and make them feel seen. Because it helps them mentally. That's my opinion. My nieces, my nephews, who's the prettiest girl in the world? I'm trying to make sure, because when you get out in these world, y'all, these kids are mean these days. Oh, these kids are mean. I mean, there's some mean kids out here, and you can do your best to raise good humans, but it does not mean that their parents are doing the same thing. So you gotta make sure, baby, you be that person. Be that person for your kids. Let me see. My son is 25. Oh, and that's so beautiful. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, these kids are ruthless. And my poor baby, my son is in Memphis, y'all, and I do have to talk to him a lot more because he is different from what a typical inner city child in Memphis would see. He speaks different. He is, I don't care how many pairs of Jordans, like, he don't give a damn about none of that type stuff. He doesn't get the jokes they say because he really is a kid. So yeah, I have to do a lot of reassuring with my son, and I thought about like, hey, let me put him in private school, but what Mariah said, Mariah said he needs some adversity, so he'll be okay. So I just say, like, if it gets to be too bad for him, where I think it's something he can't handle, I'm definitely pulling my son. But right now, he seems like he's okay. But kids and their parents aren't raising them properly. And I say raising them, like, you can't just be mean to someone because you feel like you want to do that. Like, you just can't do that. Okay, I'm going to let me write this movie down, because I'm all for doing things like that. These kids be so disrespectful. Yes, they do. Jamie, Bellevue, I love the teachers. I'm happy my son is in honors classes. It does alleviate some things, but he is on the football team. So, and there are just things that his father and I don't allow that other kids are allowed to do. And he's going through this like awkward phase with kids at Bellevue where they check him all the time. And he don't know how to check, baby. He does not. My baby tell these real lame jokes. He been in Gwinnett. He was in Gwinnett from the time he was 4 until 5th grade. So yes. Key. I was cool in public school, but baby, my son is different. Mariah would make it. Mariah do fine in public school. Lawrence is a little different child. My son, I told you, my son, he is he's very he's certified gifted, but y'all, he don't read the room. My little boy does not read the room. Jamie, he is not going to Central. He's not gonna be at Central. No, he won't. If for a 9th grade, if he stays in Memphis, he'll be in private school. I would not let him go to Central. But he ISIS isn't even, he's not going to Central though. It's not even about turn the other cheek with this boy. It's about watch what you say. He does not read the room, ISIS. He doesn't mean any harm, I'll tell you that. But my son is the type, when we walk in somewhere, I say, listen, don't open your mouth. If you got something you see or something you want to say, whisper it in my ear. He won't, like, I told my mom's repast, he walked in like, who are all these people? Just rude. Walk in, Mom, you think somebody can take me to the basketball court? My mama repast. He wants somebody to leave from the repast and take him to the basketball court. He different. It ain't his job. It ain't his job, Key. He has no filter. No filter. And it bothers me. And it was terrible. He's gonna have to go to public school. I think a lot of no, Erica, that's not a legit question. She did well. I love your personality. I want to be a girly girl, but I'm the mom of boys. Jessica, what do you mean? I must have missed something. What do you mean you want to be a girly girl? Brianna, his dad, I think they live in Cordova. So somewhere like, I just know he needs a diverse background. He needs a diverse school. You know? He needs a diverse school. Y'all, let me tell y'all what he did. So I can put the way he acts in context for y'all. My father passed, okay? And when my father passed, he had dementia. And he was old, like 75. And when he passed, he was really mean to my son. I don't know why he was mean to my son, but he was mean to my son. And so my son didn't really care for him because, you mean to my baby. I always like, boy, get out of there. Boy, what you doing? Stuff like that. So y'all, we are crying after my stepfather died. We crying. And I say stepdad, I say dad. So yeah, I'm talking about the same person. After he died, we crying, y'all. LJ walk in the room. Jari, so my niece Jari, whose school had that weapon yesterday, her and LJ are 3 months apart. They're like freaking best friends. Y'all, we all crying. He walk in the room. He look around. He say, dang, I wonder why I'm the only one not crying. This the type of kid he is. Because why would you say that? Why would you walk in here? And to this day, he'll bring it up. Mama, you remember when granddaddy died and everybody was crying? Dang, I wonder why I didn't cry. Like, this is who he is. He does stuff like this all the time, y'all. All the time. This is who my son is. And so we know he can't have a question. No. Ain't no dry humor. So his dad got married And Mariah was just like, she was just kind of bothered that why did I have to hear about it after the fact, blah, blah, blah. He calls Mariah and he's like, how's school been going? She's like, good. She's like, yeah, I just miss my family, blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, is that why you were bothered? Because my dad got married. Like, this the type of shit he do. This is him. This is him. Yeah, like, it's not dark humor. That boy needs to. No, listen. No, y'all. It's a question. No, y'all. It's no filter on my baby. And I have to consistently tell his teachers, like, I prefer my son being with honors, but I prefer gifted teachers. Gifted teachers will allow him to communicate back with them and not feel like, oh, he talking back, because he's just talking. And we allow him to talk back with us. But that boy, I mean, Erica, stop. Asperger's, super smart, but sees black and white, no gray. Let me tell you something, Lanique. What's so funny? I've told my daughter, sometimes he makes me want to have him tested. Because I know that Asperger's, you can be really high on the spectrum. He makes me feel like that sometimes. But I haven't had, like, even like I said, he's been went to a psychiatrist to get tested to be certified gifted. So I said, well, they would have told me. I just think this boy I don't know why he like this, y'all. LJ have all the wrong questions. They said the boy wrong. He is just very, y'all. LJ is very, he different. LJ different, y'all. He different, y'all. My son is different. He is, and everybody in our family knows it. They'll be saying my little sister. She be like, man, I love LJ. He gonna say whatever. But I definitely have thought that, like, maybe because it's no explanation. Y'all, we had my mama funeral. Now it was long. I planned it. It was long. He said he whispered in my ear. The funeral going on. He talking about when we gonna leave. This been real long. Listen, yeah, I have thought about it, y'all. I have thought about it. His teachers, like, I said, well, you know what? If there were something going on like that, I feel like when he was a psychiatrist testing him, I feel like they would have brought it up to me if that was going on. So I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I done thought about it. I thought about it, but I said, no, you don't want to borrow him for Thanksgiving. You don't, baby. He asked my friend, Ditch. I don't know if y'all saw Miracle on Live, but I guess you'd classify her as a stud. So we were going swimming. She was walking around in her swimming trunks and a sports bra, like she was Detective Gator. Child, but she was talking. He said, are you a boy or a girl? Like, when I tell you, he has done that. My friend had a boy who, he's gay and he sounds like he has a high pitched voice. He asked him the same thing. He said, why you sound like a girl? He was probably 4 then. So I have to give him a pass for that when he was 4. But the fact that he says stuff now, no, y'all. Ain't no he need clarity. Y'all, my cousin said that in a store one time. He say stuff all the time that makes me just go, why? Like, why? Why would you say that? Listen, he will, y'all. Listen, that little boy, I love my little boy to death. I love him to death, but baby, even now, it's a little different. My baby's a little different, y'all. Done that when he was 5. Oh yeah, we got LJ stories for days. We got LJ stories for days in this family, baby. But everybody in my family pretty much knows about his mouth and his filter. You know, the older he gets, the better he is, though. The better he is, but even at 12, I still have to say, LJ, don't go in here and say nothing crazy. Like I hate family reunions. I hate for people when they walk up on him. He's gotten better now. He will just go along with the flow. But baby, LJ will be like, how you know my name? He won't just say hey back. Yeah, I don't think I don't want to say crazies, because there's nothing about LJ that makes me feel like he's crazy. No. Nothing at all. And like I said, the only reason he's been tested by a psychiatrist, that's how he was tested into the gifted program. We not only went through the school, but went through an outside psychiatrist as well. And child, if it was something going on, they would have told me. I just think the boy don't have a filter. I think he but no, Brent, I think you're correct. I do think he has to be careful when he's around other kids. And I talk to him about that all the time, because he genuinely don't be seeing. He don't be seeing it, y'all. Yes, y'all, he don't be seeing it sometimes. And that's the problem. The problem is sometimes he just don't, it's like he don't pick up. It's that I don't know if you guys are familiar with OCD and black and white thinking. Like I think you said it earlier, brown sweet, there's no gray. And so sometimes me and him are talking, and I can be like that sometimes, that you don't see the gray. And even in some kids, when you see it early, like his dad and I were he better learn how to sticky move. Brown sweet, yes, they would definitely, because of his mouth. The boy mouth is, I think he's gotten better. Like I really thought he would have a problem in school, but we don't really have problems with him in school. He does what he's supposed to do for the most part. We really don't have problems with him in school. No, he does, and that's the thing. That's why I prefer him with teachers that understand. My mom always said I should get him an IEP. And at his new school, his dad, I think he's getting him one this year, because even if your children when their children are certified gifted, they can still go on an IEP. So you have to we been should have took key phone. You have to make sure that you advocate for your children, and even if it's something with your kids being gifted, they can still be on an IEP. Everything that crosses my mind, listen, I have to tell him. I be so thankful. I thought school was gonna be hard, but school been good for LJ. He going there, y'all. When he was in fourth grade, he can do math in his head, and he's always been like that. And his teacher had a problem, because if they're teaching you a problem, they need to see how you got your answer. And girl, I promise I'm not doing his homework. But when I tell y'all that teacher called me because she needed him to show his work, and it took us, me and LJ had to have an hour conversation about showing his work. Ultimately we ended the conversation on the fact that the teacher needs you to show her your work so that you can help her with her boss. I had to just end it on that. Eric, I don't know how you don't see the problem. Yeah, I had to just end on that, because he really was bothered that this lady wanted him, hey Kaya, to show his work. And I mean, it was like, I was like, as a teacher for the district, he's like, so she want me to, so I'm helping her with her job. Like, it could get that deep for him. And ultimately, we ended on the fact that she needs you to show her work so you can help her with her boss. I mean, we had to end there. Well, Erica, about showing my work. Now I have a math degree. There, and that's how he is. He's really great at math. I mean, can count in his head like it's fast. He can do it in his head. But y'all, LJ, listen. I said, listen, baby, please. I mean, I had to call his daddy. Girl, I had to call his daddy, and his daddy had to help me out because he was bothered about showing that work. LJ was so bothered, but he's able. He just took his I don't know what test. Their test in school. I think he had the second highest scores in the school, number 1 for his math teacher. He's always been like that though. He's been able to read since he was about 3. Like, Dr. Seuss books and things like that. I was smart as a kid, but LJ's smarter than I was as a kid. Hey, Serena. Tell little man to look into being an actuary. He used to want to be an astronaut. He needs to do so. I tell him all the time he needs to do something that involves math. Because I just think he's so great at it. And it's not hard for him at all. Isis, that's exactly what he said. Y'all, that teacher was stressed. Y'all, that teacher was stressed about my baby because LJ, he just didn't want to budge on showing that work. But eventually we got it together. And that's why, I didn't have to yell at him, baby. But I told you, I'm going to give you a couple times, LJ. Then I'm going to say, listen, this is what we're going to do. I talked to him. Yes, and that's why we, when he gets to 9th grade, we may find him another school because sometimes I think he's bored in class. So, Nene, you made it to the live, and we about to end the live. We've been here 4 hours and 40 minutes. Erica, listen. He has not, Serena. He should go. He's great at playing chess. I mean, LJ is just, he doesn't really like writing a lot, but when it comes to math, numbers, logic, he loves it. He loves doing those type of things. Oh, I love that brown sweet. Y'all don't want LJ in no courtroom. I'll be bailing that little boy out of jail. Oh God. We don't want my baby there. He's such a what I say, he's a treasure that I have to hide and keep together. But he really is. He's really a sweet kid. He's very respectful. Both of my kids are. But LJ's, he's not the type of kid that's going to cause you any type of problems. That's not him. Nene, yes, we've been in here 4 hours. Beaton got locked up with Steel. Listen, quickly. Him and Glanville wouldn't have worked. LJ and Glanville would not have worked. Y'all, he's so nonchalant. Like, I can yell at Mariah and she'll cry. Babe, I yell at LJ, baby, he just gonna be looking stupid. Like, what? Like, what are you doing out there for? He is so different. Math makes sense to him. He doesn't like people with common sense, like in the courtroom. Derek, math does make sense to him. Yes, booty. It's been 4 hours. It's almost 5 hours, y'all. Child, Erica, ain't no telling what he might ask. Anything. I haven't heard anything about her, Gus Wynn. ISIS, and that is what he'd be asking. His teachers, I always start the school year off by talking to his teachers about his personality and who he is, because I do believe teachers are dealing with different personalities in those classrooms. But let me tell you about my son and how he behaves. And don't get out of line when it comes to him. Like, don't think he's being respectful. That's not the type of kid he is. Yes, but yeah. He's going to ask, is he a Scorpio? His birthday is October 20th. I don't know if he's a Scorpio. I'm not really. Do you play? No, Jazz. I hope I changed the title of this live. Yes, I did. Because we are watching that later after the game go off. Okay, he's a Libra. Thank you. I forget if it's Scorpio or Libra. I love LJ. He's such a sweet baby. Outside of him in that mouth, he's a sweet baby. He just, ooh. He's a sweet baby. He is, y'all. Okay, y'all. It is. Child, my math got me in trouble in school. I ain't played no adults. Lit. He won't either. He might, LJ might not catch that the person is being slick. He may not catch it. He might not catch it all the time. Now Mariah gonna catch it, but he might not catch it all the time. Oh, Erica, you're Libra too. Oh, Erica, you know what? I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. My mama was backing me up. Listen, I'm going, if I tell my kids all the time, you got an issue with a teacher, let me know what it is. Let me deal with them. Kiera, I believe he get his math from his mama and his daddy. I'm not gonna hold you. I believe it too. But he's not like slick. He's not trying to be slick. Now, if I'm being slick, I'm doing it on purpose. But he's not trying. He's not trying. My question was, well, did you entertain it? I had a teacher tell me about LJ. He was like, what did she tell me? I need his help leading the classroom. Baby, he didn't go to school to teach kids. You did. There's no way you're going to tell me you need my 10-year-old help to do anything in your classroom. That's not what, he doesn't get paid to do that. Thug, y'all remember, Thug has proven he does not run that. He doesn't run his IG account. Libras, everybody loves them. They're smart and they dress good. Y'all, and Cass, he don't give a damn about clothes. I wish he did. I guess I'm kind of happy. Y'all know what he care about? The game. That's it. But she will let you know when you need to leave her the heck alone. Yep. I want to know what he doing in that jail, asking for a picture. Y'all, let me see what Thug posted. But I think this is good because it just proves what Thug said. Oh, he posted, they posted Mariah. Y'all, Thug posted Mariah the scientist and said, send me a hard copy of this. I'm trying to do something right fast. Ciao. I think you are lovable, Erica. Oh, I see it now. What are your son's hobbies outside of football? The game. Plays on that game all damn day. He has the PS5, 4, and some other, maybe Xbox or something. I don't think it's Xbox. Maybe the 2 PlayStations. Loves playing the game. Roblox. Which article, Erica? The one that I posted the story about? Hold on. Would I say my son is a people person? I don't know how to answer that. I think he's the type of kid, if you bring kids around him, he'll talk to them and stuff. But like me, I'm a people's person. I thrive off people. No, I don't think that's him. I did, Erica. I posted. You might want to just watch it. It's a good summary of the article. It's a little longer, but it's a good summary. Who was the girl by the pool? What pool, Lee? Oh, I don't know who that girl was, y'all. A girl posted herself out of town, and y'all know how they have the roses and they made out of letters. It said free Jeffrey. I don't know who that girl was. Very friendly would talk to my other son. Like, leave it alone. Yeah, my son, LJ will talk to people. He will talk to people. I'll say that about him. I know that too, Lee. That was not Mariah. It was not Mariah. Okay, Booty. I made sure I followed you back. I don't know if this person is. I be trying to make sure I follow people back on my Instagram too. Key, I said that too. JP, are you just getting on? Because we're about to get off. Eric, I tried to think about that too. I said, maybe she's just a fan. But she said Jeffrey. I was like, You've been waiting on what all day? Maya, it's Millionaire Mail. Just like my TikTok. I haven't been posting on Instagram, but I'm gonna get back to posting on Instagram. Oh, look at the little baby. But yeah, I haven't been posting on here. I've been on TikTok all the time. Yes, JP, we about to get off. I hope she trolling too. Your dog is like, Mom, are you done yet? I've enjoyed today's. She just right here, y'all. She laid out. She is laid out. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Brown Sweet. Oh, hi. This is Gospel Glam and Cosmetics. We are actually about to get off. We're coming back probably about 10:30. I'm about to go watch the game. Key, I said that too. I said he's doing damage control. She probably said, Thug, you need to get it together. Not reaching like Miss Love. But yes, I'm about to get off. We're gonna come back at like 10:30. We're gonna watch Brian Steele's opening statement. If something changed, I'm gonna update to my TikTok story. But that's the plan now. If my Buffs lose, I'm gonna tell you now, I ain't coming back. I'm gonna be pissed. I'm not bothered though, because they say he got it honest. But yeah, so bye y'all. I'm about to get off because I need to go get ready for the game. I gotta go find my hoodie and all my good things. But yes, Key, you better have had dinner by 10 o'clock, girl. Bye y'all. Thank y'all for joining. I can't believe we've been on here almost 5 hours again. But bye y'all. Talk to y'all later. Oh, Eastern Standard Time Zone, y'all. I did not I don't have an update, Maya, because I've been on here. I hadn't been on my TikTok. But bye, everybody. I'll see y'all later.